is Colt Killer 72.
I'm Lindsay with MVG.
Brianna, aka Doctor here. I'm one of the stream team leads and graphic design leads for MVG.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, Corporal Rhino.
My name's Eric, and I'm a disabled U.S. Army combat veteran.
MVG to me as a veteran is a group of like-minded individuals that can relate to each other, where sometimes in the civilian world can be very hard to do.
It is a family, military family community who bond through gaming.
We all know what it's like to be deployed and kind of feel like you're out of touch with that world back home.
The military and veteran gaming group of people that I don't even know, that I will spend countless hours playing with and chatting with and hanging out with.
MVG is more than a community. It's a group of people, veterans, active duty, civilians alike, who come together to do something for others without any thought of themselves.
We really focus on the healing through gaming side.
I use gaming to heal by decompressing after a very long day and kind of going into a virtual self-care zone is what I call it.
They have helped me with logos, decals, overlays, just friendship, people to talk to, mental health status, things like that.
They've given me more support than anyone could ever ask for. And if you're looking for a community like that, I would suggest you stop on by.
So we are reaching out to all of you that are watching these videos from all of us to help somebody when they are in need. Whether they are a streamer or a gamer, reach out and help. And until then, I am Corporal Rhino. Have a good evening.
If there's one place that defines American motorsport, it's here. The sandy beaches a few miles away held races for decades. It's where NASCAR was born. They need a place to race, a super speedway so fast and so huge that the cars could run flat out all the way around. 1 million square yards of earth was moved to create the banking. The void left behind became Lake Lloyd. It built the foundation of NASCAR. In the decades that followed, Daytona became hallowed ground. The trophies here mean more than any other. Win the 500? Put your name on the Harley J. Earl Trophy. Win the 24 hours and strap a Rolex on your wrist. The banks are not always kind. They're not always fair. And while Daytona wins bring a statistical highlight to any career, it's the losses that make it seem pointless. But for every untimely ending, there is a triumphant healing. For every emotional victory, a mind-numbing realization. I won at Daytona.
Won the last TCR race of last year, Road Atlanta, starting things off.
The checkered flag waved for me.
It is victory for Tom O'Gorman and the LA Honda World Team.
While it may be a highlight, it is only the beginning.
Yeah, how could you not be smiling? I mean, if you'd have told me yesterday about this time that we'd be sitting here, I wouldn't have believed you. It's just the best day ever.
There's nothing quite like midwinter action at the World Center of Racing. While the Daytona 500 is still a month away, in iRacing there's no such thing as an off-season. And it's during the cold months where we must remember that nothing good comes free, and that thousands overseas and here in the United States keep us safe. So how do iRacers give back to veterans who have sacrificed everything? They do the thing they know how to do, and that's race. Tonight, 500 miles will be contested on the 22nd of January to bring awareness to the 22 veterans who commit suicide every day. It's a small drop in the bucket to raise money to be part of the solution, but many drops make waves. Just miles from the Atlantic coast, the High Octane Sim Series races the Military Veterans Gamers 500. And they'll be that wave tonight. Hi, everybody. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Connor Horn for the MVG 500. Connor, welcome aboard. 200 laps, 500 miles here on the high banks of Daytona. Glad to be a part of this.
It's the Great American Race, and I'm so excited to be here. I love the Daytona 500. Best race of the season most of the time. The most anticipated race of the season, no doubt about it. This is going to be very wild.
It absolutely will be here at Daytona International Speedway. Again, Kyle Heyer, joined by Connor Horn. Glad to be with you tonight. It'll be a long broadcast, so make sure you grab a snack and a drink and watch from track side. Look at the Daytona International Speedway here in Daytona Beach, Florida. Population 70,000 people, constructed back in 1959. Of course, when you run the lights here, this is the third largest single lit outdoor sports facility. The lights cost about $240 an hour to run. Qualifying underway here in just a few minutes. We're also going to talk to a representative from the Military and Veteran Gamers charity. That'll be Jordan Smith, the retired Army president of the board for Military and Veteran Gamers. We'll talk to him once the race goes green. But Connor, tonight, 200 laps, 500 miles. We got to qualify everybody, though, first. That's what we're doing. Qualifying, 5 minutes on the board. Your fastest 2 laps set the grid.
Pretty classic qualifying, obviously, and it's going to be pretty important. These next-gen cars, we've seen it before, specifically the Outsiders Racing League race we watched. It was very difficult to go back to front in a quick amount of time. Not many changes have been made to the package, so I expect to see a little bit more of that. So qualifying is going to be pretty important, even though it's still a 500-mile race.
So Keith Fallon in the 09, the first one to take to the high banks here. There are 40 drivers, a full field tonight. Really excited to see how this will turn out. A lot of drivers came and donated money to be a part of this series here this evening. And how this works is you paid an entry fee to get in, Connor, and some of those entry fees will go to giving some small payouts for the top 3, but the rest of that will be going to the Military and Veteran Gamers charity. They've raised over $400 already, and again, if you're watching, there is a link in the YouTube chat to donate and be a part of the solution here. There's Kenny Height in the number 33. He's on track right now. Good mix of Chevrolets, Fords, and Toyotas. A couple of the Toyotas here, maybe a little bit outnumbered by the blue ovals and the bow ties. But the first times on the timing and scoring coming across, and it's Jeff Bergener with a 48.18, who is at the top of the board. Vincent Short goes second, Philip Martin in third.
Yeah, very interesting to see the lines that some of these drivers are taking right now. Not really pinned to the bottom. That's how I would have ran it, but that's why I'm not in the driver's seat. Few drivers are trying to run the middle line, maybe get some more momentum down the back straightaway.
So qualifying here tonight, Connor, I wouldn't list it on one of the most important things that you've got to do, because you've got 200 laps to make up ground, but it does put you potentially out of the trouble zone if you're in the middle of the pack or the back of the pack the first 20 or 30 laps. That could be a dicey moment if you're in the middle or the back, Connor.
Yeah, it's going to be very dicey if you're especially in the mid-pack. There's going to be a lot of jostling around for position, people trying to get situated into the pack, into a single file line potentially. We might be able to see that pretty early on. So there's going to be a lot of people kind of going all over the place just trying to find their way in the pack, and you got to be careful, because one wrong move, it's going to put you all the way back there, and it could potentially take you out of this race.
Here's Gary Eschen in the number 8 car, at least 8 on the timing and scoring, 23 on the side of the car. Rolling through turns 3 and 4. He's currently third, a 48.223. There is less than half a second between first and 27th. There is less than half a tenth between first and 5th. It is very close at the top of the order right now. And Josh LePetri is coming around to complete his second lap here in qualifying. That time through a little bit slower, so he will stay 8th quick at the moment here. And still a couple of drivers left to come across the timing and scoring for their first time. There's Tyler Burden in the 06. High line in 3 and 4, Connor. Is this just to build your momentum for that run down the front straightaway?
Yeah, 100%. He's just trying to get momentum, as much speed out of turn number 4 coming to the line to start his lap. That's as good as you're going to get. You got to be steady up there, though, or else it's going to be all for nothing. 186 at the line. We'll see if this benefits him. 775 is his time, but obviously this is the one he's banking all his money on.
So into turn 1 now for the first time for Tyler Burden at speed. 184, 185. One of the big topics of tonight will be the next-gen car. We're racing NASCAR's next generation Cup car, and with that comes an all-new drafting package. Connor, we've seen this car race here on SimTV before. Mixed reactions to the car and how it handles, but tonight we'll see how it handle in a pack, and once we get everybody 2 and 3 wide, we'll see how it goes.
I don't think we've seen it in a 40-car pack. It's going to be a little bit different. We'll see what the checkups are like, and obviously you can tandem a little bit in these, but it's very, very tough to do that and not wreck yourself. So we're going to see if anyone wants to dare do that early on in this race.
Across the line for Tyler Burden. Will he go up into the top 10? He will not. 20th quick for the 06, and that is going to be it for the times that you'll be allowed to run. Pole sitter Jeff Bergener in the number 21. He's the quickest driver for the MVG 500. We'll head down to the grid here in just a minute and get things started, but first wanted to bring up the weather for tonight. Connor, it is a beautiful evening here at the virtual Daytona International Speedway. 68 in the air, 69 on the racetrack. That means it's not going to get a whole lot cooler than it is right now. And that means it's going to be grippy and fast all evening long.
It's overcast, but luckily for us, rain is not a thing yet, because we'd probably have a big threat of it if it wasn't for that.
Yeah, that's winter and springtime in Daytona Beach. Head down to the grid and start our lineup here, Connor. On the front row, it's going to be Jeff Bergener in the number 21 alongside Vincent Short in the number 15. He starts in second.
Then the second row there, all these times so close together. In fact, the second row tied with a 48.223. It's Gary Eschen in the 8 and Devin Rogers in the 36.
And in row number 3 in the 46, Philip Martin. Miles Morse in the 13. He rolls off in 6th.
Row 4, Mike Miljenovich in the 8th position and Tony Krieger in the 9th position.
All right, we're going to head
James
back.
Mitchell, excuse me, sorry about that. James Mitchen's in the 7th position with Miljenovich alongside.
No worries. Tony Krieger in row number 5 alongside Eric Kohlhaas in the 29 car. He starts in 10th, followed by Josh Lepetri and Keith Fallon in 11th and 12th, Connor.
Eli Raposa, P13. Jeremy Stanley right alongside him in the 14th position on row 7.
In row number 8, it's going to be Kenny Height in the number 33 and Sam Kohlhaas in the 28 car. He rolls off 16th.
Row 9 starts off with Jason Underwood in the number 4 machine, and 18th position is Don Milkowicz.
Matthew Catania starts 19th in the number 22. Tyler Burden, the Demon, rolls off 20th in the 06.
Probably the best nickname we have here. Then the next row, Carson Conway in the 72 machine. Right alongside him is Curtis Rogers.
And in 23rd place, Owen Barnhill in the number 34, and Donnie Lyons in the 79. He rolls off 24th.
Next row here, Caleb Clinard in the 196 machine. You'll see that car up at the front soon enough. And then right alongside him is Dustin Logston.
In 27th place, Derek Line in the 88, and Bill Hensley in the number 1. He rolls off 28th.
I believe this is row 15. Luke Sapula with a 48.356. He gets 29th, and Randall Beck right alongside him, right behind him, 100th slower. He gets P30.
In 31st place, Jeff Barefoot in the number 12, and Joseph Mitchell rolls off 32nd in the number 45.
Row 17, Nick Joyner is going to be alongside Thomas Gayer, right next to each other, P33 and P34.
And 35th, Anthony Carpenter and Ernie Williams Jr. They roll off alongside each other in row number 18.
A few of the guys who didn't put down a time, 37th place, Monty Sprague, and right alongside him, Dustin Shepard.
And behind them in 39th and 40th, Kenneth Bishop and Stoney Benfield in the number 18 car. Last drivers on the grid are going to be Frank Mowbray and Andrew Nee, and it looks like a couple of the drivers at the tail end of the field will not make the grid for the start of this race. All right, Connor, rolling through turns 3 and 4. Time to get ready to go racing. 200 laps, 500 miles for the MVG 500, raising money for the military and veteran gamers non-profit charity. Time to go racing here at the World Center of Racing. Jeff Bergener in the 21, Vincent Short in the number 15. They're the drivers up front on the pace lap. Will they be the drivers on the front at the end of 500 miles? Finally, time to bring the action here from Daytona International Speedway. Kyle Heyer, Connor Horn alongside you for the green flag. And here we go. Green flag flies, and we're racing at Daytona.
Oh, we got a spinner in the back in the infield grass. Someone's gone around.
Carson Conway in the the 72 car. He has dropped off the tail of the field. But back up front, so far so good as we get through turns 1 and 2. The 15 of Vincent Short drops very quickly out of the front and will drop into the outside row as we storm down the back straightaway for the first time.
Already starting to see that inside line get formed up, and you see that outside line really not formed up at all. Everyone just trying to get themselves to the bottom line. You got to watch out for checkups with all that happening. Just no one on the outside line to help Vincent Short.
Yeah, this is the moment in the race where nobody knows how anybody else is going to drive. No one's really comfortable with each other here, Connor, as it gets a little bit wild out of turn 4 the first lap through.
Got to be careful pinching like that. We're going to see a lot of drivers moving around trying to get a feel for their car like we talked about, and it's so difficult to get that at times, so everyone's just trying to get in a single file line and bide their time.
40 cars storming up the banking here at Daytona International Speedway. Jeff Bergener of the 21 is the leader. A couple cars cutting from the top to the bottom on the back straightaways. We stormed out it again. Look at the 22 car, Matthew Catania. He's a little slow. Here comes Milkowitz in the 30 to the outside. He's got help from, I think, is that Donnie Lyons on the outside? No, that's Tyler Burden in the 06.
Seeing a lot of varying speeds here. The guys on the inside running around 190 miles per hour. Some guys tandeming like Derek Klein and Billy Hensley were there, hitting about 197. So that's one thing about these next-gen cars. The runs can get pretty insane at times, and you got to watch out in case you need to check up big.
Big holes put in the air here by these next-gen cars, but they're hunkered pretty low to the ground. They've got a little bit of rear downforce with aid of that new diffuser that kind of sucks the car to the ground versus pushing it down. Don't pay quite the same dirty air penalty that a spoiler pays. But the front dozen or so cars, although they all were in a line, but you see a couple cars at the back of that shot trying to pop out of line. It's one of the gold cars. Let's see, is that the 14? Eli Raposa? No, it's the 46. I think that the Kenny Heighton, the 33 rather, on timing and scoring. Oh, he's going to try to squeeze. Almost gathers up Raposa as they come out of turn 4.
I don't know how Raposa saved that. That could have been a number of drivers involved in that, but they got to make it work. It's kind of difficult to get your bearings with this next-gen car. It's a little bit wider. You cut things a little bit too close sometimes, and we're going to see a lot more of that throughout the race, I fear.
That was really, really dicey stuff, but somehow they made it out the other side. Front runners, Bergener, Eschen, Rogers, Martin, and James Mitchum, the front 5. They're all nose to tail right now. Nice throwback livery on the 95. Is that... I thought it was the Casey Kane livery. Maybe it was the 46. Who was that? There was one car that looked like they had the classic. There it is. It's the Mike Miljinovich car. Has that kind of classic Casey Kane livery on it. Evernham Motorsports.
Trying to see, he's almost in the hornet's nest. Nah, he's not in the hornet's nest, excuse me. It looks like about the top 17 have broken out in a single file line. Really, we got to look at the second pack. They haven't gotten everything figured out just yet. That's Don Milkowicz leading that line as they're 2x2 and losing time.
Yeah, this is where, if you're in the second pack, you don't want to be. This is where that qualifying came in handy. It's the last place you want to be is in the middle of all this. One of those cars went way wide. That was the 06 car going up the racetrack, I believe. Tucks back in line. But again, everyone's just getting used to how the cars are racing. Again, not a lot of people have raced these next-gen cars in a pack lately. It's the beginning of the season as a couple cars scramble there, Connor.
Yeah, a lot of drivers having a little bit of a struggle holding that double yellow line, and that's what's really hurting this second pack right now, as those guys single-filed up in the top line right there. They're still going 190 strong because they're all pushing each other and going pretty quick. Right now, these guys just can't get formed up properly.
Up front, Bergener still leads the way. He's got Gary Eschen tied up right behind him. Devin Rogers in third in the 36.
Oh, crash in the back. Yellow's out. Trying to see who that is. That's only one car on the outside wall. It's Nick Joyner.
Nick Joyner in the number 86. Caution is out on lap number 6 here of 200. Joyner in the number 86 Chevrolet. Let's go back and see how it all kicked off here, Connor. Doesn't look like a ton of damage, and only see. Ooh, there was another car involved in that. Go back a little farther to catch the rest of it.
It's going to be the car on the outside here.
It's the 27 of Luke Zapula. Oh, he just came down the racetrack and got into the 86.
Oh,
that was a big hit there for Joyner.
Yeah, it was a pretty big hit for the 27 of Zapula as well. It looked like he got scared because he was right next to the outside wall, swerved to avoid it, and ended up making a little bit of contact with another car there and causing all that. Zapula stopped at the pit entrance. Don't know if his car is stalled or what.
So caution out on lap number 6. And Connor, a pretty frantic start to the race here. Do you think that crash is going to calm everybody down just a little bit?
I think it's going to try to get everyone more sorted out. It looked like there was a lot of drivers trying to get their bearings a little and just couldn't really do it. A lot of drivers who were struggling to hold a line, which is a little bit more difficult to do in these next gen cars. So I think we're gonna have to look for a little bit of a change of pace from some drivers, just trying to maybe go a little bit softer into corners just to try to keep that double yellow line there.
Wanted to bring in now a special guest from the Military and Veteran Gamers Association, Jordan Smith, the retired Army president of the board for Military and Veteran Gamers. Jordan, welcome.
Thanks for having me, gentlemen.
Well, Jordan, glad to have you here tonight, and what a fantastic opportunity this is for the High Octane Sim Series to raise some money and bring some attention to the Military and Veteran Gamers charity. So could you just do me a favor, do everybody a favor, and just explain what it is? Because I hadn't heard of this before I was asked to do this, and honestly, I was pretty shocked and amazed and happy that this is a thing. So go ahead and tell everybody what it is.
Roger that. Well, first, we were established in about 2019. A bunch of like-minded service members got together on Discord, and we were like, you know what? Let's. We started off saying, let's send some care packages overseas. We took it from there, and we said, hey, let's make a charity. We got a lot of people involved now. We grew from about 1,000 people. Now we've rushed all the way up to about almost just about 9,000 personnel in our Discord. We're a 501c3 nonprofit charity now. We build PCs for veterans. We like to put technologies into the transitioning soldiers' hands, as well as giving out free games to our vets, as well as service members. Our motto is healing through gaming. A lot of passionate people behind this project. Amazing staff that we have. All volunteers from day one. We've 100% volunteers within our group, and it's been an amazing mission. And I have to say, this is my first time watching an iRacing event, and you guys are blowing it out of the water. This is amazing.
Well, it certainly is a privilege to be a part of something like this. What's the response been like for those veterans coming into the Discord and being a part of that community? Because speaking from personal experience, finding your crowd is such an important part of finding solace, especially for veterans. So what's that response been like, and what are people's experiences like when they first join?
Absolutely. So usually the transitioning veterans have the hardest time, and that's where our main focus is with them. When you're standing out in front of a formation, when you're in service, these are your brothers and sisters to your left and right from you. And when you get out, it's there's not a lot of resources out there that give that camaraderie again. And we use gaming to help as a platform, and it's like a big family with us. It's very grassroots around here. I can't tell you how many times I've sat and played old school games like Dungeons and Dragons with some of my fellow brothers, and all the way up to new games like Escape from Tarkov, and just silly games like Among Us or something. And it's crazy the amount of new generation of veterans as well as old. We actually work with a lot of Vietnam veterans in the MACV-SOG community. We actually have a 24-hour event coming up with them soon.
That's really exciting, and of course, 24-hour event. There's one happening right now here in iRacing with the iRacing 24 Hours. You mentioned all the different kinds of games. Is there a fairly sizable racing genre within the community, or is it primarily other games?
You mentioned that 24-hour race. One of my good friends is racing in that right now. Jonathan Patterson is on one of the teams there. And my brother actually used to race on a professional GT series, and that's how I've learned about iRacing. Was they use one of the simulators for this game.
That's awesome, and I've always thought of racing as a real team sport too. And when you mentioned 24-hour events and joining up with a team, that sense of community, like you mentioned, has got to be a really relieving thing to find in the gaming world, which can often be stereotyped as something that's pretty solitary. And I think this is proving that it's anything but.
Absolutely. Look at all these veterans we have in this race here. I see a lot of these cars with either Air Force or support. I love some of these decals on these cars. They're great.
Saw a little bit of a tussle on the restart there, but we're going to stay green. We'll keep you in here for a little longer. Wanted to talk about the experiences. Is there any one individual that stands out to you that has kind of taken a lead role in the community and been a big part of it since it began?
Well, actually, you say that, and it's really hard to pick one, so I'm going to pick two.
Fair enough.
It looks like we just had a wreck.
Yeah, just on the restart there. Just a little turnaround there, but everyone's going the right direction.
Roger that. Jerry, he is one of our community managers, been with us for a very long time. He actually starts running, he just got in that position as the community manager, but he's been with us for a really long time. I want to give a shout out to him. He's definitely been my second hand helping out the community, as well as putting really the forward motion into making this even better than we first started. As well as I like to do is Andrew Howard, which is our operations manager. He was here before even me, believe it or not. And this man has taught me a lot in the ways of running a charity, as well as trying to get our brothers and sisters in here and get that message out.
So beyond just donating money, is there anything else that people in the community can do? Obviously, we want to direct them to the donation link, which we have done in the YouTube chat and as well as in the video description. But is there anywhere people can go or anything people can do to help beyond just that?
Absolutely. Yeah. Now our community is open to anybody that's over the age of 18. So if you want to come and play with some of our veterans, we offer a lot in our Discord as well. And we're literally the military Discord. So if you type in discord.gg/military, you'll
trouble.
find us.
Sorry, there's a crash in turn number 2, and it's a big one. Caution out lap number 12, piling in 3, 4, 5, 10. All wadded up at the exit of turn number 2. And just like that, our second caution of the day is out. And let's go back and have a look at how this one began. We just caught the tail end of it. I think there was the cars involved was Randall Beck in the number 188. Was he where the catalyst of the crash was? I think it was a little beyond up the road. Oh, man. Big hits there on our second crash of the day. But while we've got this getting cleaned up, wanted to wish you a good luck and a big thank you for joining and being a part of this tonight, Jordan. Really excited to be here and be a part of this and can't wait to see what money is raised at the end of the event.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity, and good luck to all the racers out there.
All right. Well, some bad luck already for a couple of them, Jordan, but thank you so much and enjoy the show.
Thank you.
All right, Connor, second crash of the day. And trying to pick out what car was the catalyst to that. Did you catch that blue and orange car, that NOS Energy car?
Matthew Catania, the 22. They tried going 3 wide through the middle, and there was just not enough room for those cars. These X-Gen cars are wide, and that can happen pretty easily.
Yeah, let's go back. I'm going to try to go back a little further and see if we can find how it all began. We're just catching the end of it here. Here he goes, right up the middle of the 65 and the 46, tags the 46, then bounces off, and that's where it all goes wrong. A whole bunch of drivers sailing into that mess.
There's a lot of big hits there, a lot of cars involved, and a lot of drivers are struggling to get slowed down. And there's a few incidents, minor incidents leading up to that. I saw the 2 cars crashed on the restart. One of them was the 27 at Luke Zapula. So a lot of drivers just still struggling to get the car under them. A lot of drivers, it might be their first time driving these cars, and they could be a handful if you're not used to them.
So second caution of the day, this time a larger collision, and there'll be a handful of drivers hitting the pit lane to try to get some repairs. It is a busy place down there on pit road. Look at all those cars that have come down for repairs or for tires and fuel. And again, Connor, you're probably not going to see a lot of drivers take tires for pace. It'll probably just be replacing them when they're worn out. But you will probably set yourself up for that last pit stop, probably around lap 160 or so, where you're going to set yourself up for a fuel-only stop all the way to the end.
Yeah, that's really what you want to do here. A few drivers scrambling out of pit road, but that is what you want to do. You want to pit at the earliest time possible for when you get set up to go to the end. It just saves you a lot of time as long as you're able to do that. If you strategize it right, if you're the only one to strategize it right, if I've seen it before, you could really end up with a huge lead and a big victory.
So 200 laps. This is a endurance tonight, essentially, and so far we've just done a sprint. We've had one small crash and one big one to start off the night. But it looks like at least everyone in the top half of the field, top 15 at least, has not yet come to pit lane. Gary Eschen is out front in the Ford Mustang. Just behind him is Jeff Bergener of the 21. And the 21 was the driver that started up front, and he led a couple laps in the beginning of the race. He has led 9 of the first 14. and now runs in second. So these two up front have been very, very strong. Philip Martin, Devin Rogers, and James Mitchum have all basically been in the top 5 since the drop of the green flag. Is there some damage to the nose of that 95, though?
I think he had an incident under yellow just happened. I don't think he was involved in the last crash.
We can see all the damage here as the whole right side of the car is bent up. The spoiler is all out of whack. The whole front end of the car is damaged as well. If we get a look from on board the 2 car, well, they're going to double up now, make my life a little harder. On board Devin Rogers, you can see the whole front clip of that car is destroyed.
Discolored and damaged. I'm not sure what happened. I can guarantee he was not involved in that last crash, so something must have happened under yellow. But I don't see a lot of damage to the cars around him, so it was no one else in front, obviously.
Makes you wonder. And that's got to be a significant impact on your aerodynamic performance. Is that correct? I mean,
it's got to be very tough on the aerodynamic standpoint, and who knows, he might lose a lot of speed down the straightaway, and it's going to be very tough for those guys on the outside lane. He might not even know it, because that's a lot of damage especially for a track like Daytona. So I hope he can get up to speed on this restart, because it might be tough for the guys behind him who don't know he has damage.
So coming out of turns 3 and 4, we're going to turn him back loose again on lap number 16 of 200. You're watching the Military and Veteran Gamers 500, presented by High Octane Sim Series on Sim TV. Gary Eschen and Jeff Burgeon are the ones out front at the moment. Philip Martin, Devin Rogers, and Mike Miljenovich in 5th. Pace car peels off, and time to go back racing once more. Green flag back in the air here from Daytona.
Oh, they're working at the back again.
Big crash in turn 2. This time another dozen or so cars. A couple of them have just returned out of the pit lane from having damage from the previous crash. I see the 188 involved in it again, Randall Beck. Probably got the worst of it.
Matthew Catania was in it again. Not sure if he caused this one, but he was also involved. There's Randall Beck, who's involved as well.
Man, I have to go back and take a look at how this one began again. And it happened again in front of the 188.
Oh.
See the 79, the 06, 72 car, Carson Conway.
Happened far up ahead of them for sure.
The 72. Oh, I think it was just ahead of, the 22. Was it the 22 again? Potentially the cause of the incident.
Someone hit the wall and got ripped to a dead stop. I'm not even sure who that was, but it looked like Catania got sort of turned this time.
Off the nose of the 79. And the one car, the Advent Health Camaro. Oh, that 72 car gets absolutely walloped into the wall. There's that 188 getting a piece of it as well. But it was the 79 car that I think started the whole thing, but was it Donnie Lyons? Yes, it was. Right on board with him at full speed.
22. There's a hole there. Is he going to try to get down? Yeah, he is. Then there's a checkup, and he just did give the 79 room. It's kind of a racing incident. Everyone kind of going for the same space there.
Yeah, really early to be tearing up this many cars, though, Connor. Especially just a couple laps after the restarts. Not even.
Yeah, a lot of drivers they're just really struggling to get in a line and just get situated. It's a long race. We still have over 180 laps to go, so everyone just sort of struggling just to get in the line and ride for a little bit, at least of a stage yellow or to stage at lap 60. So just a lot of drivers just really just not getting situated into the car yet.
You're watching the Military and Veteran Gamers 500 here from Daytona International Speedway, presented by the High Octane Sim Series. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Connor Horn from Sim TV. Thanks for joining us tonight. If you'd like to donate to the cause and help out the Military and Veteran Gamers nonprofit charity, there's a link in the YouTube description and pinned to the top of the YouTube live chat. Glad to be with you here tonight. And Connor, as we get prepared for another restart here, start thinking about the longevity of the drivers at the tail of the field. Are they getting their cars fully repaired?
I don't know how much more they can repair their cars. There's a lot of drivers who are going to go out there with no front bumper at this point already.
Yeah, it's really going to be a tough night for some of them. It looks like a lot of drivers have gotten, I mean, here's the 34 of Owen Barnhill, and this car has been repaired, at least from the front and rear clip perspective, not terribly. It should be able to continue. Now, the 19 car that just drove by him, that car's looking a little worse for wear.
He could use the front clip, no doubt about it. I haven't really seen how these cars can keep up in the draft. I think you need someone to be out there behind you for them to keep up, and even then, who's going to want to stay behind a car with no front clip? So for those guys that can't get it close to fully repaired, it's going to be a long one.
Well, this is going to be about a 2-hour and 24-minute sprint to the end once we go back green. It is not a short race by any stretch. Drivers up front have been conserving very, very well, Connor, but there's something to be said for perhaps taking a moment to relax and just click off laps. I think you're just trying to get into that stage of just clicking off laps and making sure you get to the end first, because the old adage is to finish first, you must first finish.
And right now, this is a prime example of it so far, and the leaders have been so far well able to do it. Gary Eschen, Jeff Bergener up at the front, they've been able to do pretty well at that so far. The guys, top 10, top 15 or so, they're able to get single file whenever they want to, and they're able to maintain their positions and all that. They've been pretty orderly, but then the guys at the back who are trying to maybe scramble to get up to that front pack to ride like that, but they're struggling to get more track position, that's where the incidents have been caused so far.
Well, the banking here is very, very steep, 31 degrees, and once you're accelerating up north of 200 miles an hour, the car will just stick to the track and go, and with that comes increased drivability. You can make a lot of moves. You can be very aggressive, but I think the aggression should probably be lap 150 to 200, not lap 1 through 50. So we'll see if the field can get restacked and re-racked here and go again on this restart. This will be our third restart of the day, with Eschen, Bergener, Rogers, Martin, Fallon, Miljinovic still your top three rows, I should say. Here's a driver that's come forward pretty significantly. Jeff Barefoot started 31st up to 14th place. Some damage on the nose. The whole nose of that thing punched in, but making good progress still.
He's done a good job keeping it as clean as he could, especially the incidents we've seen at the back. It's been difficult to do that. So that's actually a pretty good job to get that Mustang up to the front, close up to the front for where he is right now.
We'll try it a third time here, this time lap number 20. Coming to the restart here for the MVG 500. Green flag back in the air, and Gary Eschen fires off in his Ford Mustang. Up to speed, almost 200 miles an hour for the race leaders as they come across this timing and scoring to trip lap number 20. 10% of this race is complete. Eschen, Bergener, Martin, Rogers fall in your top 5. How about a battle behind them? Here's Eli Raposa in the number 14. He narrowly avoided disaster after getting clipped earlier in the race, but kept the car straight, now rides 11th.
And the second pack has gotten single filed out, at least for right now. As I say that, Raposa goes to the outside trying to get by Tony Krieger. Maybe see some damage on that car and just trying to get by him. He will get some help. That's Derek Line with damage, but with the momentum. So, as I said, they were getting single filed out. They're going to go 2 by 2.
Yeah, this is, again, after you've had a big crash like this for a couple laps after the restart. No one's really sure what speed your car is going to have, or you're not sure what speed other cars are going to have because of the damage that they've sustained. So it's a bit of a learning period after the restart, just to be reaccustomed to who's fast and who's not. And that can also be dangerous because the closing speeds can be pretty high. But this group looks like they've sorted it out successfully so far. Crash behind him, the 41. Dustin Shepard upside down for a moment. Caution out once again.
Gotta be careful, drivers trying to get through this. Gotta be careful. It wasn't as many cars as I thought it would be. It looks like only the one car went up and over. Shepard went flying way into the air on that one.
Yeah, here it is again. Gets turned off the nose and up and over. The 71 also collected in that. But again, this is just, on lap number 22, the 95 and the 41, they're only 2 wide here. It's not like we're running 4 wide. I think the 95 is going to move left, and you just clips the back of the 41, and that was just a mistake on the 95's part for sure.
Yeah, I don't know if he just lost where he was on the track, or maybe he was trying to get behind the 41 of Shepard, just trying to get to the bottom line. Either way, a misjudgment on his part sent the 41 way into the air, almost into the catch fence.
So our 4th caution is out, lap number 23. And man, this is, again, one of those scenarios, Connor, where you just got to have people take it back a notch to make it to the end of the race, because you will not if you don't leave each other a little bit more space.
Yeah, for the guys at the front who get single file, this is a lot of patience that you're going to have here. You guys know what you're doing, top 10 and all that, getting single filed out, and it can get frustrating at times when everyone else is not able to do the same thing. So these leaders just got to have to stay focused and stay calm about all this, and don't try doing any risky moves just because you're frustrated with the drivers at the back.
Yeah, that is certainly true. I had the chance last year or so to work with IMSA driver Tom O'Gorman. He's a 2-time champion in Pirelli World Challenge and a 4-time race winner in IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. He used to race right here at Daytona, and he has a win to speak of, and a trophy from the World Center of Racing. We'll be right back after this.
If there's one place that defines American motorsport, it's here. The sandy beaches a few miles away held races for decades. It's where NASCAR was born. They need a place to race, a superspeedway so fast and so huge that the cars could run flat out all the way around. 1 million square yards of earth was moved to create the banking. The void left behind became Lake Lloyd. It built the foundation of NASCAR. In the decades that followed, Daytona became hallowed ground. The trophies here mean more than any other. Win the 500? Put your name on the Harley J. Earl Trophy. Win the 24 hours and strap a Rolex on your wrist. The banks are not always kind. They're not always fair. And while Daytona wins bring a statistical highlight to any career, it's the losses that make it seem pointless. But for every untimely ending, there is a triumphant healing. For every emotional victory, a mind-numbing realization.
Tom O'Gorman fighting for every
I won
inch that
at
he can possibly
Daytona.
get. Won the last TCR race of last year, Road Atlanta, starting things off in
The checkered flag
exactly
waved
the right
for
style.
me.
It is victory for Tom O'Gorman and the LA Honda World Team.
While it may be a highlight, it is only the beginning.
Yeah, how could you not be smiling? I mean, if you'd have told me yesterday about this time that we'd be sitting here, I wouldn't have believed you. It's just the best day ever.
Back live here for the Military and Veteran Gamers 500. You're watching Sim TV, and just had our 4th caution of the night. Early cautions here at Daytona, Connor. Been a troublesome evening, but hopefully we'll get under green here and just run out and tick off some laps. Still have a long, long way to go, almost 180 laps.
Yeah, a lot of drivers, especially the ones at the front, looking to get the green flag pit stops, and they've been getting single file pretty easily. It's been pretty much dominated by Gary Ashton and Jeff Bergner, who have been on the front row at last pretty much every single restart here. So, excuse me, we're going to have to see if they can get it single filed out again. If we do get a green flag run, which we hope they did get, will any of them want to go for the lead themselves?
through 3 and 4 again. Still have over 20 rows of cars still on the racetrack competing in a varying capacity with different amounts of damage. Most of the cars, though, have been repaired to what I would call satisfactory condition, where they should be able to run in the pack without too much of a big deal. But now turn them back loose again. This will be our 4th restart of the night. Eschen and Bergener on that front row. Martin, Rogers, and Fallen the rest of the top 5. And lap 26, the MVG 500. We're green again. Good restart by the number 8. The 21 on the outside is going to try to slot in front of the 36. He will do so on the run to the first corner. Then it's Rogers, and who's out of line in the background there? Is that the 29 car who's popped out of line? Indeed it is. Great looking livery on the 29 Pepsi Cola. With that spec map, it looks absolutely gorgeous.
It does look really nice. Simple is really good sometimes, and that's a fine example of it. As he was able to go outside to inside, he slotted in about 7th position, gained a spot on that restart there, and now it's Miles Morris on the outside trying to side draft. It's got to be very careful doing that early in this one.
Alongside the 93 of Josh Lepetri, Tyler Burden is right behind. This 06 car started this race all the way back in 20th. He's gained now 11 spots up to 9th place as it stands, so he's continued to move forward in that Nightmare Motorsports 06 car. Good climb for Tyler. In the background, though, the Troubles have been out back today, and they are still racing double wide here. Dustin Loxton, the 51, Vincent Short in the 15, and up on top, the 35 and 54.
You're making a good run on the outside. Brennan Curtis, Dustin Loxton making a good run trying to get by a few of those guys on the inside. The top 18 have single filed out, and once again, it's the second pack that just can't can't seem to get it sorted out quite yet.
Well, you don't want to get stuck behind the guys that have damage because you'll lose that main pack, but in doing this, you create those dangerous situations that have brought those cautions out early. So it's going to be a tense few laps until these guys sort it out back here once again. And there's that front group. Basically everyone back to 18th, all single file, and then behind them is where it gets a little bit dicey.
We've seen Brennan Curtis, Dustin Logston. They got by that pack, and they've pretty much rocketed away from them. See if a tandem can catch that lead line of 18 as they get around Jeff Barefoot. And I think they saw the damage on him, and they just finally got around him, those 3, after he kind of fell off that pack.
Yeah, that one car is slowing way down. The Jason Underwood car really slow on the back straightaway, and you can see the damage on the nose of that number 4 Goodwrench car. The whole left splitter is all torn up. That's a pretty significant part of these new race cars, and it's just basically causing so much drag that he's losing the drag races down the straightaways to the drivers on the outside lane, like Vincent Short. You're right on board with now.
Oh, Jason Underwood just trying to find a place to get in after all these drivers pass him with this on board. That's what happens when you don't have any help behind you. You don't have any momentum, and you kind of just fall back. But because of the 4 machine being so off, he really wasn't getting hurt by any of that.
Monty Sprague in pit lane in the number 71. Freshly on pit lane after the restart. There's the 28 of Sam Kohlhaas. He was up front, or up closer to the front, started in 16th. He's dropped backwards. Great U.S. Army livery on this machine. Again, we'll remind you that this is the Military and Veteran Gamers 500 in support of the Military and Veteran Gamers charity. You can donate in the link in the description or in the YouTube chat. And they've raised almost $500 here with this project that High Octane Sim Series has put on.
Everyone's still trying to get...
I was going to say, just up front, 2 blue ovals. With the Toyota in between, another 2 blue ovals in the top 5. So kind of a Ford sandwich at the moment.
I was about to say, this is the first time we've sort of seen it get a little bit more spread out. We've got the really main pack here has been shrunk from about 18 to 14. Then a line of 3 or so. I think that's Joseph Mitchell, Kenny Height, Jeremy Stanley trying to catch the leaders, and another 4-car line, then 2 tandems, and just a few little mini packs behind that pack of 14 leading the way.
Yeah, 1 car going another lap down. That's Randall Beck. He's 13 laps down now after being involved in a couple of collisions at the outset of this race. I don't think either were of his doing, just wrong place, wrong time. I really like what we're seeing here, Connor, now that we're sorted out just a little bit. got single file pack sorting, and that's when you can just click off laps and start to get into the strategy of this race. Because at the drop of the green flag, I think you could have planned for some green flag pit stops, and then we had a couple of yellows, and maybe you're thinking, okay, now I'm going to plan for some caution flag pit stops. Now you're back to thinking, hey, this could go green for 80 to 90 laps at this point. So where are your friends, where are your teammates, and what's your strategy? Because you got to be prepared for all the outcomes here tonight.
It's going to be an interesting strategy for the guys at the front. I don't believe any of them have made pit stops quite yet, so they might not be too far away from making that green flag pit stop. It really might only be about in the next 10 laps or so. So I'm really interested to see how many people are aware of that in this front pack and if they know when to pit.
Yeah, have a look at this. The leader has not hit pit lane since the drop of the green flag, but a couple other drivers have come. There's Joseph Mitchell, one of the highest drivers that has made a trip to pit lane. Tyler Burton, even sooner. He's made 2 stops on pit lane so far tonight.
What do you do if you're that car who's already made the pit stop? What do you do in that situation? Because you have the fuel to go way longer, and you'll come out with the lead, but oh wait, I'm going to have no one around me, and I'm going to fall way back if I do this. You're going to lose a lot of track position if you don't, so you have to make a choice. Do you want to be on your own for a while, or do you want to stay in that pack?
I think you almost have to find the people that have been on pit lane at the same time you have, or you just give up the strategy and you come down to pit lane with everybody else. I don't think you can be on your own strategy here and be successful. You're going to have a group of friends, and whether that group of friends is on your same strategy or not doesn't matter. Now you're on their strategy. You can't be on your own. You're not going to last very long in a green flag scenario. If the caution comes out, you can do whatever you want, but I think if the caution comes out, the strategy is a whole lot simpler.
These communications have got to be key as well. If the leader pits, that's going to signal a lot of the other drivers behind them to pit as well, and you got to be careful coming into pit road. You have all that room on the inside, but you got to remember it narrows down to about 3 or 4 lanes, and even then you can still hit on pit lane. So everyone has to be able to communicate safely and be aware of who's got the earliest pit stalls, who's got the late pit stalls, who's going high, who's going low. You have to have a lot of awareness in that situation.
Also be aware of your fuel burn. If you're out front like Gary Eschen has been, you're going to be burning fuel at a higher rate than if you're in the draft or been following the front all night like Devin Rogers has in the 36. Devin's been in place in line for a while in the slipstream and might have saved a little bit more fuel. Also, with 4 cautions in the first 25 laps or so, if you weren't clutching in and shutting the engine off, what were you doing, Connor? You got to be on top of that. Anytime that you're not racing, you should be saving fuel, as always, because that just gives you options all the time.
Should really be a force of habit. I know it is for me at this point in iRacing. I've doing this for 7 years, and it's just kind of just second nature. You know when to do that. Yellow comes out, you see that yellow flag, boom, clutch, coast, or whatever you do. So if you weren't doing that, it's going to be a pretty decent discrepancy. It's more than just an average driver would think. It makes a big difference, and all these drivers have to be aware of that.
Another thing they'll have to be aware of is the lap traffic. There was lots of it. Gary Eschen on board with now, approaching lap traffic at almost 195 miles an hour, and that lifts to pick up the 41. That's an interesting decision.
Surprised by that. Got to watch out for the checkups that could happen at the back. Also, the second line that's appeared at the back. 2 teammates, Joseph Mitchell, Kenny Height. 2 teammates, Jeremy Stanley tagging along. Those 3 have been up there trying to make it work. They haven't made up much ground.
The outside 45, Joseph Mitchell, as you mentioned. And Kenny Height, who's the 46 on the screen, but the 33 on timing and scoring. And they're going to get trapped behind a lap car here. And this is where you got to have that patience. You can't just go swerving across lanes like that. Well, that's going to create a big issue, especially if you're already too wide. So that's something to take note of for later in this race.
Yeah, I've seen 3 wide be an issue already in this race. Very difficult to try to do it again after the wrecks we've seen, as they've lost a decent amount of ground. Got to get back in the draft of the lead pack, who hit about 200 miles per hour that time by. It looks like they'll be able to stay with them. Try to look at that other pack behind them, led by Brennan Curtis, 17th through 20th. They've been trying to make up some ground on those guys. That checkup with the 41 kind of helped them get back into it potentially.
Yeah, there's Brennan Curtis that you were mentioning in that red and black 35. Justin Logston just behind. The 51 car has started 26 up to 18th place. A lot of scrambling happening just ahead of them, though, with those 3 guys now on the outside lane. They're making up ground now. They've finally got the momentum to start moving forward.
The question is, can they keep that momentum? These cars will heat up pretty much just like the other cars will, as the previous gen cars will. They're going 195 down the back right now, but the leaders are hitting just about the same speed, including Dustin Shepard, who's gotten a whole pretty firm lead of this pack, as had momentum, but it's so difficult to keep it up. When you get 2x2, look how much it slows these guys down. They're already about half a second behind the lead pack of 4.
They had a big shove off into turn 3, and then it died in the middle of the corner. 45 of Mitchell looking down to try to side draft off the quarter panel of Josh LePetri in the 93. Didn't bite them.
Just wasn't quite able to make it work. This is where it gets really tough. When you don't have that momentum on the outside line, you're falling back. You have to be careful. You have to know when to get back down and get another run to see if they'll do that down the back straightaway this time.
Now they're going to tuck back in line.
Yellow flag.
Caution is out, and it's Vincent Short in the 15 and 2 others. The 99, and I think, is that the 27?
Yes.
Also involved. 5th caution of the night. A couple drivers spearing through. The 15 car is stuck on the banking. And that diffuser is caught on the apron. And it looks like he is unable to get rolling.
Have not seen that. Don't know if he can. Gotta hope everyone behind him is. He knows to avoid him here. I don't think he's gonna reset. Maybe try going backwards or something.
Well, while he's deciding what to do with the stuck car, we'll go back and have a look at how this all began. Well, gotta go back a little further than that even.
This was, I believe, the 3rd pack. Looks like they're passing Zakula, and they get a bit scrambly and a little bit of contact there. And the 15, I think it was just a 50. It's just an innocent bystander.
Yeah, actually, it was the 30 car that kind of kicked that whole thing off. Just swerving left and right and just did not hold the line at all, and that's what triggered that crash. Again, these drivers had nothing to do with it. They were just caught up in the collision.
Yeah, I think we can give the worst luck award to Luke Sapula. I think he's been involved in every single wreck, and really none of them have been his doing.
Yeah. Oh, that 15 took a big impact to the outside wall. The 27 did as well. But again, it's just got to go in a straight line. You can't be swerving around, from top to bottom. That's going to cause those collisions all day long. And the leaders hit pit lane. This was right at their pit window for their first pit stop of the day. So the top 8 or so who have not hit pit lane will finally get a chance for 4 Mr. Feelgoods and a tank of fuel.
I think everyone's going to fit here, so there shouldn't be any variance in strategy unless someone's feeling risky. Trying to look at someone in the back. Caleb Clinard, he's on the lead lap. He'll stay out, along with Nick Joyner. Joyner's 2 laps down, but only 1 driver stays out.
Let's see what the plans are here as they leave the box. And again, tires and fuel for everybody here. I'd be surprised if you did anything different. And here comes who was the race leader, Gary Eschen, out of the pits with Bergener behind him. They're going to come out of pit lane 5th, 6th, 7th, and so on and so forth. 4 drivers either beat them out of pit lane or stayed out on the racetrack.
How about Dustin Shepard, who the leader picked up and it worked out for him? He was able to stay on the lead lap. He didn't come around the pit, but he did stay on the lead lap. No damage to that car, and that worked out very well for him.
So 5th caution of the day. Let's have a look at our race recap here so far. 161 laps to go, 5 cautions for a total of 14 laps. We've only had 2 different leaders. That is probably going to change here in a moment. And 1 lead change. The front has been pretty stagnant, Connor. The back has been anything but.
Yeah, we've seen the top 15, top 20. They're able to single file out, and we saw a few more drivers get them able to single file out. But once again, it's really the back of the field that we've seen just not able to keep the car under them, especially in the corners. They just can't hold the line just as well as the leaders have been so far. We've also seen lap traffic come into play and get things a little bit too risky at times. So a lot of factors have played into this.
And is that an unfamiliarity with the race car, Connor? Does this car steer any different than the previous one? I know that it's got a different steering rack and it shifts different, but could there be something inherent about the car that makes it a bigger challenge than the Gen 6 that most people here would be used to?
Well, it's definitely not as steady as a Gen 6. I've seen in the past how you really can't get these things out of shape in any sort of way. One thing that's glaringly obvious about these next-gen cars with that diffuser on the undercar, it's near impossible to save these cars, even if they get a little bit sideways. A slip angle or whatever you want to call it, it's just insane. And if you get these cars a little bit sideways, you're pretty much going around in a loop, or you're going headfirst into the outside wall after an overcorrection. So you you don't hold a line and you're swerving all about, it's bound to have these wrecks sort of happen where drivers just lose it out of nowhere. So this car is definitely a different handling challenge than the Gen 6 was.
I think there's also some drivers perhaps taking stock. First of all, let's give Caleb Clinard a high five for the epic looking livery on this car. Very kind of dirt racing inspired, but that looks fantastic. Also, drivers taking note, though, of the trends of the race so far. We've had, in these high-intensity moments after starts and restarts, a variety of different ways that we've crashed. If you take a look at the end of the race, another high-intensity moment, I would plan on there being cautions all the way to the end. And what does that mean, Connor? Track position is everything, and I would not put yourself in a position where you're anywhere outside of the top. If you're already out front, you're going to want to stay out front and perhaps capitalize on the potential yellows at the end of the race.
Well, that's what we've seen from the drivers who have stayed out. They're banking on track position being key. A little bit early for that. I think we're about 20% through this race now, but these drivers want the track position right now. That would be Caleb Clinard, Carson Conway, Dustin Shepard, who I believe stayed out. They want the track position now. They don't want to waste any time with everything that's going on at the back of the field.
Time to go back racing again. This time, lap number 42 will be our restart. And approaching the 25% mark at lap number 50. Remember, we have a stage caution at lap 60 and lap 120. So 20 laps to the stage. Green flag back in the air here at Daytona. Big moves on the outside from Gary Eschen, trying to get back forward, pushing the 72 of Carson Conway. He was involved in a crash earlier. To the front goes the 72 with help from the 23 car. Now they should be able to slot in line. Oh! No! Crash! The 23, they're going to crash at the front, and a big crash at all. This is everybody. Everybody's in it in 3 and 4. 20 cars crashed.
I was worried about that happening. We haven't seen Esching bump draft anyone all race long, and we haven't really seen the 72 at the front all race long. And that's kind of what we expected to happen with the bump drafting. So risky to do.
Well, that was a bloodbath at the front of the field. A whole lot of cars taken out. And again, you just have to wonder about the patience and impatience, Connor. In the beginning of this race, we're still not even to the 1/4 mark of this race. And we've had several big pileups. Just classic right rear turns into the 72. Just... yeah, and then from that point, drivers just not slowing down effectively, and that's what will get you that.
It looked like miscommunication between those two. It looked like the 72 Conway was inching towards the inside, and I think Esching thought he might go down there and would try to sneak he was outside, but 72, he didn't fully go down, and Esching already hit his right rear at that point.
Yeah, I think the problem with what you're going to see there, Connor, is I was already ready to call this because I thought the 23 was going to follow the 72, and they were not clear of the car on the inside of Caleb Clinard. So I knew that something was going to go wrong there if the 72 went down, and that was perhaps a little bit on Conway to know not to leave that lane that soon, to leave a little bit more leeway instead of just pulling down as soon as he was clear. You have to wait for the trailing car to clear as well if you want to make that lane change, and they just didn't wait. They didn't communicate very well, and then you're going to get this massive pileup in 3 and 4.
Yeah, just you have to hold a line perfectly still for this to work, and it's so difficult to do it even in a straight line, obviously, as we've seen. You have to be pinpoint perfect pretty much. In the Gen 6 cars, you could sort of do it a little bit easier, and you didn't have to be as precise, and especially obviously in real life with how the bumpers used to line up in the COTs, it was easier to do, but you just cannot do that in these next gen cars. It's way too squirrely on the bumper. Even if you're dead center, it's not perfectly safe. So it's kind of bound to happen. He was all over the right rear of the 72 there.
Yeah, that was a big mess. So I believe that's our 5th caution of the day. So is that 5th or 6th? I have to check the race recap. That is caution number 6. But Dustin Shepard, wasn't this car a lap down just prior to that previous caution? And here he is leading the race.
He stayed out in the last yellow. That was when Esching picked him up, stayed behind him when they did catch the 41 of Shepard, and he was able to retake the lead after staying out, and he was able to get through all that somehow. Same for Jeff Bergner. He also was able to avoid all that carnage.
And that is crucial because he was one of our front runners. He was the pole sitter for this race and managed to sneak out. And the other drivers that he was battling, Gary Eschen and A couple of others around him all got taken out. You have to also feel for Caleb Clinard, who just got caught up in that, got the right side torn off that machine after moving up through the field as well.
There's really nothing he could do. He was just an innocent bystander of all that. So it's going to be interesting. We're going to see a few of the front runners in sort of unfamiliar territory now at the back of this field trying to get back to the front. It's going to be interesting to see if they're able to do that without getting caught up in another crash.
So sixth caution of the night here for the Military and Veteran Gamers 500. Again, if you've just joined us, this is to raise money for the Military and Veteran Gamers nonprofit charity. The series tonight collected entry fees to distribute a small payout to the top 3 drivers, and everything else is going straight to the Military and Veteran Gamers nonprofit charity. If you'd like to donate or be a part of it, you can visit the website or donate at the link in the YouTube description and in the YouTube chat. We have about 155 laps remaining, about 2 hours and 3 minutes if we were to go back green and stay that way. Top 10 is Dustin Shepard, Jeff Bergener, Jeremy Stanley, Eli Raposa, Derek Line, Curtis Rogers, Jeff Barefoot, Josh LePetri, Brandon Curtis, and Stoney Benfield. And Stoney Benfield is another driver that drove all the way from the last row, 40th, up to 10th.
Now that's very impressive. There's been a few drivers at the front right now. I think Brendan Curtis, he's gone about 41st all the way to a 9th position. Jeff Barefoot, 31st to 7th. A lot of drivers from the back making their way up to the front. Even Dustin Shepard, he started 38th. He's leading the race.
A lot of drivers that were at the back move forward, and a lot of the drivers that were at the forward part of the field have now dropped to the back with crashes, collisions, pit stops, or other. And Dustin Shepard, the race leader, going to choose the outside line for the restart. Interesting choice there, but will put himself in front of the Jeremy Stanley machine. Lap 46, this will be 15 laps to our stage break at lap number 60. If we get a caution within 5 laps of that lap, that will count as the stage yellow. Green flag back in the air, racing again from Daytona. Big runs coming from a couple drivers in the back of that shot. Josh just behind Josh LePetri. 79 of Donnie Lyons. Lajinovic in the number 2 and the 48 of Thomas Geyer. And they are flying now with a big run on the back straightaway and nowhere to go with it. Stuck line astern. Brandon Curtis dropping back on the outside of that 35 car.
No help. That's what he's going to do to you. He's about 6 miles per hour slower than an inside line. There goes Matthew Catania by. He survived through all this. He's just about up to the top 10 now as the outside lane just continues to drop.
This is the highest he's been running. He was involved in 2 crashes earlier in the day and has since cycled back inside the top 15 and moving forward. As we go back up front, Dustin Shepard, Bergener, Stanley, and Curtis Rogers, they've broken away. A 4-car breakaway with Eli Raposa in 5th. Does he have damage on that car that's slowing him down? I don't see any. Oh, yes, there is. And he's going to get freight trained on the outside. Derek Line and Jeff Barefoot go to the outside and clear the 14 car.
You see the front fenders of that 14 machine all bagged up, and it's really costing him in performance, and some guys on the inside didn't realize that until now. Josh LePetri is going to get stuck behind him as everyone else has finally realized you got to get this guy out of the front of the line.
He'd fall into the 09 around the outside now, bringing Donnie Lyons with him in the 79 car. Biljinovic, Thomas Geyer. And now there's the number 8 of Gary Eschen moving forward again. As you see LePetri going the wrong direction. Now Matthew Catania is also stuck in line behind the slow 14. And this is frustrating here, Connor, but again, not even 25% of the way through this race. Don't put your car in a place it won't fit. There's nothing to gain by gaining a few spots now, but there is a whole lot to lose by getting greedy.
Yeah, the only thing you can gain is an early exit out of this race, and you have to understand that you have to last the entire way. 200 laps, it's a long ways. You have to make sure you have the car to make it to the finish with a chance to win at least, and Gary Eschen knows that. He's being nice, smooth, cool, calm, collected, and all that. He gets away from the front of Ernie Williams Jr. He's up to the 11th position from wherever he restarted, as more and more drivers are able to clear this 14 machine.
The 22 of Catania, whoa, moving up the racetrack to 54, chopping down just a little bit. The 23 of Tony Krieger is in the mix on the outside as well. And LePetri is sticking with the 14, or at least doesn't want to make it 3 wide. Feels like there's nothing to gain and is being very... Oh, way slow car on the outside of the racetrack. Who was that?
Owen Barnhill, his engine has blown or something, and he's in the middle of the track. More drivers avoid him.
He's got power. He's going only about 120 miles an hour. Now the engine is blowing, and he's going to have to get off the racetrack. But that was a scary moment as the field soared by about 70 to 80 miles an hour faster.
He's going to stay on the track. I'm not even sure if he realizes he has an engine down, so hopefully someone gets on top of that. That's going to cause an incident if it's not taken care of. I don't know if anyone's seen it yet, but you can see the smoke coming out of it. That the engine's blown at some point, just too much damage to carry on.
Well, the front 4 have checked out. They have moved to a new zip code and not told the post office where they've gone. 4.5 seconds clear of Derek Line in 5th. That is a massive gain. And look at this pack behind him, led by, I think that is... Whoa, there's another crash. LePetri, the 22 of Catania, James Mitchum, and more colliding and crashed.
Caleb Clinard was involved. More drivers trying to check up to avoid it. Looks like everyone else is able to get through. Only about 4 cars in that one. It looked like it was going to be a lot more.
Yeah, LePetri, I think, is part of the catalyst of that. We are 10 laps to our stage break now. Let's see if we can go back and find out what happened. Oh, well, that was kind of a two-pronged incident there. Back again and watch. I think the 93 is going to move up. And does the 95 follow him, or the 16 come down? I'm not really sure what happens here.
93's on the bottom.
Oh, they both move up and just tag the 16.
Yeah, really nothing the 16 could have done there. And then 22, once again, in an incident, this one sort of once again, not really of his doing. That's Matthew Catania, just wrong place, wrong time.
Really has been in bad spots tonight. Nothing that he's done wrong, just, again, as you mentioned, wrong place, wrong time. Here's a look on board from him. And again, it's just those abrupt lane changes that drivers are doing tonight. I don't get it, Connor. We've seen, almost every crash has been caused by someone not holding their line. And it's just abrupt lane changes like that when you're side by side.
Yeah, it's just a lot of drivers we've seen struggling, like you're just talking about, just holding a line. Just follow that double yellow line. Don't go below it, but just follow it. Stay right next to it. Stay just to the right of it, and you're pretty much home free as long as you're able to do that. And we've seen so many drivers not able to maintain that line so far this race, and it's caused a lot of incidents, and it's been a rocky road to get to the quarter point.
Well, drivers on pit lane now. 41, and a bunch of our leaders have come down. A couple drivers have elected to stay out. Going to mix the field up again. It's like the Powerball. Who's going to pit, who's not going to pit, depending on what lap it is. We've had enough yellows to kind of break up the strategy enough. And again, I don't really think it matters when you pit now. It's going to matter when we stop having yellow. We had one, longish green flag run, and that kind of made me think that we could get some green flag stops in. But again, you're just breaking up this race into smaller and smaller segments as we go.
I don't think we were too far away from those green flag pit stops. The leaders who hadn't pit yet were probably only about 5 laps away from pitting or so. And we're going to see if we can get another run quite like that. There's more and more people trying to get to the front of the pack. As the more drivers who can hold a line getting to the front of the pack, the more likely it's going to be to get that run potentially to the end or at least halfway. So we'll see if more of those drivers can figure out how to hold the line a little bit more properly, get more handling, and get more confident with the car, and see if they can get to the front and stay at the front, and more importantly, stay going forward.
You're watching the Military and Veteran Gamers 500 here on SimTV. I'm Kyle Heyer, alongside Connor Horns. We've been around since February of 2018, just celebrated 4 years of operation as a company, and glad to be with you here tonight. Had the privilege of announcing and working for Porsche Canada, GT World Challenge America, Grid Life, the Sports Car Club of America, and more. Adding tonight's event to a long list of prestigious events in the SimTV history. Just got off of streaming the HIP Motorsports charity race a couple weeks ago. That was at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, raising money for the Sick Kids Foundation, and they raised almost $20,000, Connor. That was a really cool event to be part of. Robert Wickens, Tony Kanaan, Daniel Morad, and other professional drivers coming out to help with that.
It was an amazing event. It was a fun race to watch, no doubt about it, but it was a very good cause as well, and it was pretty cool to see all those cars rip around that track like that. Canadian Tire, one of my favorite tracks, one of my favorite road courses on the sim. I wish it was utilized a little bit more for more races like that, because it was a blast.
Coming up on Sim TV this week and next. Of course, this week we'll have no Indy Elite Series action this week. It is a week off for them, but we've got the DC Region Virtual Racing League for the SCCA. They're coming up on Wednesday. We've got Grid Life action over on the Grid Life channel with commentary from Greg Creamer. That will be on Tuesday night. Touring car action headed to Monza. Then next week will be the return of the Indy Elite Series for their next round. Round number 4 of the season, back to the ovals this time. All right, rolling through turns 3 and 4. Curtis Rogers, Derek Lyne, Jim Barefoot, Keith Fallon, and Donnie Lyons. Your top 5 here, Connor. Predictions, can we get to lap 60 without another caution flag?
I hope so. We're kind of getting some drivers out of this race. A lot of drivers who are out of this race, majority of them, Grecs haven't really been of their doing, but less cars hopefully can mean some more green flag action, as a lot more drivers going to have to single file out to keep up.
Going green again, lap number 54 this time, and a bit of a check from the race leader, and green flag underway. 99 drops onto the apron there for a moment, falls back in line. We storm off into turn 1. Derek Lyne with a good run, got help from Keith Fallon coming. And here comes the 2 of Miljinovic as well. Going to give him a big shove, and they're going to have a huge amount of momentum coming off of turn 2 right here. There they go.
Yeah, they're all going to get there. I didn't see too much damage on Curtis Rogers. There is a little bit of a crinkle in that right front fender and the right rear, but nothing too bad. I don't think it's going to cost him too much momentum, but definitely cost him the lead there. Another new leader in Derek Lyne.
Through 3 and 4 and coming to lap 55. Out front in the manufacturer battle, it's Chevy, Ford, Chevy, Ford, Chevy, Chevy, Toyota, Chevy, Chevy, Chevy. The rest of the top 10s, the bow ties are dominant at this stage in the race. Only one Toyota in the top 15. They're perhaps a bit underrepresented tonight, but it's Krieger in command of the only Camry in the top 15 at the moment.
That's what happens with these single file lines here. You can see a lot of checkups. Miles Morse really had to lift off there, and Matthew Catania almost had nowhere to go, as well as Tom Milkowicz almost ran right into the back of him. These checkups, one thing with these next-gen cars, the checkups are as bad as they've really ever been. The mile per hour discrepancies can reach up to double digits, so it can get very dicey.
No, the 35 thought about jumping in the hole there and thought better of it. Now goes to the high side out of turn 4, and it looked like up the road Donnie Lyons thought the same. Couldn't get in line, so now they're going to have to cycle in when a bigger hole opens up in the inside groove. Cars dipping below that yellow line on the front straightaway. That is out of bounds here at Daytona and Talladega. You cannot dip tires below that yellow line. If you do, you must return to the racetrack without gaining any positions and without causing a crash.
As it should be. I ran an event here about a week ago, and I lost 5 positions because someone passed me with a double yellow line. That being said, I have passed people.
I was going to say, I famously remember you in an Outsider Racing League race, or maybe it was VRL Beck at the time, going under that yellow line, but I think the rule wasn't quite clarified there. You took advantage of that loophole, and I think you won the race.
No, I got only 3rd. I think Alex Martinez won that race. Oh, you got to be careful to not force people below the yellow line as well. Tony Krieger almost put Burden in a place he did not want to be.
Miles Morris getting stormed by here by Matthew Catania. That's that blue 22 car with the NOS logos on it. On the outside, looks like Dustin Loxton's going to filter in behind Morris and give him a big shove through turn 2. The thing you got to worry about, though, is on the back of this car. You can see that damage. This car is not going to push very square if you push the back bumper, so you have to be really careful not to hook that car around.
Loxton was pushing him into turn number 1, smartly lifted away from the rear bumper because that was looking to be bad if he stayed on his left rear. That helped Catania out, although he's not going to stay and push.
Oh!
13 of Miles Morris. This is really hurting this line by going side by side like that.
Yeah, that was a very scary moment. Catania thought about jumping in line, almost fit, and then bailed out. Here comes Jeremy Stanley to the inside in the 44 car. 30 swings to the outside. That's Milkowitz following Dustin Loxton into turn 1.
This is everyone just trying to filter out the damaged cars. Wow, big swerve by Milkowitz there. As this is really just every driver trying to pick out who's damaged. Okay, that guy's damaged. Let's go to the outside of him. He has a little bit of left rear quarter panel damage. Let's get inside of him and push by him. All these drivers just trying to sort each other out in ranking referring to damage. These damaged cars are going to make their way to the front one way or another. When those guys with damage are going to get filtered out.
Couple different discrete packs. I think one thing I've noticed with this next gen car, I'm not sure if it's just this particular group of drivers or if it's something inherent to the machine, the cars are breaking up into very distinct groups. Usually in the past with the Gen 6 cars, you'd see all one group all together, maybe 2, maybe 3, but here we're seeing 3, 4, 5 smaller packs break up. And smaller packs like 4 or 5 drivers can actually pull away. We saw that in the previous run.
I think it does depend on driver a little bit, but at the same time, these next-gen cars, it's much easier to lose the draft. If you don't have someone behind you, say there's a checkup, you're the last driver in line, if they get up to speed, you might be out of it before you even know it. You have to be really careful to keep your momentum up, or else you're going to be out of the pack pretty quickly. I think that's why we see about 5 or 6 packs being formed.
Dustin Shepard popped out of line on the outside. Now we'll tuck back in. He started 38th. He's been up front and led some laps, then fell backwards after a crash earlier. And now on an upward climb again, swings to driver's right with Miles Morse in that 13 car, and it's getting a little bit racy ahead of them here for position, as it looks like the 06 of Tyler Burden is going to jump to the outside to help Tony Krieger in the 23 move forward.
Oh, spin in the second pack, yellow's out, and it's a pretty discreet yellow. Dustin Shepard did a bit of a 360 or so there. He was able to save it.
Well, that will be our stage caution. It was going to be at lap 60 regardless. So that works out nicely for that reason.
That was unbelievable. I thought that was going to be another big incident. Not sure what caused it, but 41 machine, Shepard did a nice job controlling that slide.
Yeah, I just had help from the 21. Right there is going to get hooked, and around he went and did a fantastic job saving that.
I don't know if I've ever seen that. He gathered up that 360 as quickly as he could.
It's like something you'd see Kyle Busch do.
I think we have seen him do it before, but that's the product of bump drafting. You can maybe do it in the corners, but you have to be square. You saw the driver who was pushing just got on the left rear just for that split second, and that's how easy you can get hooked.
Yeah, here it is again in slow motion. Right there, just catches the corner and turns him around. And amazingly, doesn't even use the apron to help himself straighten out. Just gets that wheel pointed back the right direction.
That's unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Usually 360 into the outside wall, but that spin didn't really carry him to the wall. He just stayed middle of the track. I was worried about the pack behind him not checking up, but you got to gather before that was even a possibility.
Well, into turns 3 and 4. This would have been our stage break regardless. So this will be our stage 1 caution. Derek Line is your race leader, then Keith Fallen, Curtis Rogers, Jeff Barefoot, and Tony Krieger, the rest of your top 5. And I imagine we'll see almost everybody come hit pit lane, or would you? We've only been on track, well, I guess Derek Line's case has been on track for 22 laps. At least the top 10 would probably decide to come down. I think there's going to be a handful of drivers that decide not to.
That was going to get interesting to complete lap 60. We saw Krieger kind of jump up to the outside, and that was the first time I remember the outside line at the front of the pack in a run, sort of getting a run there to even make anything happen. I think he went 7th or 8th to 5th position, so if you can get a good tandem up there, it seems that it is a possibility you can make something happen up there, as we see about maybe 3/4 of the field pit. Some guys stay out. Eli Raposa stays out. Jeff Barefoot, I think, is going to take the lead. He's the first driver to stay out.
Yeah, so you can see a lot of the front qualifiers did not hit pit lane. They'll put themselves in other positions on the racetrack. And we're going to have a significant number of drivers stay on the track, and Barefoot will inherit the lead, as you mentioned, and the 21 of Jeff Bergener will stay in second. Eli Raposa, a couple drivers that were up front at the very drop of the green flag, and Dustin Shepard, the one who just looped, he's going to stay out on the racetrack and gain a bunch of spots.
Look at Gary Eschen. I think he's going to be in the 10th position for this one. We saw him at the front for a long amount of time, along with Jeff Bergener. Those were sort of a top 2 dominating before that big restart crash into turn number 3. Those two, Bergener, I don't think ever got any damage. Eschen was pretty much the main component in that crash, but he has gotten repairs, and he is back up close to the front where he was.
Again, you're watching the Military and Veteran Gamers 500 here from Daytona International Speedway. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Connor Horn. All in benefit of the Military and Veteran Gamers non-profit charity. You can donate the link in the description or in the YouTube chat and help veterans find their community in the gaming world. And it's a cause that I certainly believe in. And everyone's got to find their community, Connor, and so many of us here in the sim racing space have found communities, and I'm sure the veterans would like to have their own, and this is that. If you'd like to be a part of it, you don't have to be a veteran to be a part of this group. Find out more information on their website.
And it's a great cause, and like you're talking about, it's great to be in a community, and it's the best part about iRacing. There's so many communities to choose from. If you like oval racing, road racing, if you like running, the Pro 2 dirt trucks, maybe at Chicagoland or something like that, you can do that as well. Those are pretty fun, actually, but so many possibilities to choose from. One of the great things about iRacing, the combos are almost endless, and they're becoming more and more endless with the more content coming out in the near future, so it's just a really great thing to be involved in.
138 laps to go in our 200-lap race. 8 cautions for a total of 20 laps so far. 7 different leaders and 6 lead changes that we've recorded on the timing and scoring so far. Doubled up, and still 33 drivers of the original 42 starters are still on the racetrack after those 8 cautions. Several of those crashes were mighty big, so glad to see the field still retaining a reasonable number of cars.
We'll see how many drivers can survive to the halfway point. We're still not quite done just yet. Gotta remember, we also have people who stayed out. The fuel numbers are going to be pretty different for a lot of the drivers in the field. We'll see how that plays out if we do get to a little bit of a long run here.
So rolling through turns 3 and 4, Jeff Barefoot and Jeff Burgeon are 2 Jeffs on the front row for this restart. Eli Raposa, Dustin Shepard in row 2, then Gary Eschen, who led some laps earlier in the race. Led 30 laps, in fact, almost half the race distance that we've done so far. He will start in row 3 alongside Devin Rogers in the number 36. Time to go green. We're racing again from Daytona. Green flag waves, and the MVG 500 is back underway. Stage 2 beginning. They'll end at lap 120. Caution. And behind, it's Brandon Curtis. The 79 car is also involved. Donnie Lyons.
Could not see where that started. Looked like it was in the tri-oval, potentially.
Let's go back and have a look.
Looks like it might start right in front of Lyons. He's around no one at this point. Probably see everyone starting to check up right around here.
Yeah. Oh. Matthew Catania and the 35 of Brandon Curtis, where it seemed like it started.
It looked like Donnie Lyons was just about through, and looked like maybe that was looked like it happened here. Oh, that's Catania again, into the right rear of Brennan there.
Yeah, just a misjudgment on the 22's part.
He just barely clips Miljanovic here too. Comes down the track, clips one car. I think that was the 1 machine. Then the 6 piles in as well. Billy Hensley actually was able to save that. Not much the 6 of Ernie Williams Jr. could do. Same for Stoney Benfield, who just had nowhere to go in that situation.
Donnie Lyons, you mentioned how much he got clobbered. We'll follow the 79 through this mess, and he really got probably one of the worst ends of this.
So close to being through it, shoots a gap there. but then just nowhere to go there. Big, pretty much a slap to the right side door there.
So that'll be our 9th caution of the day. Jeff Bergener, Dustin Shepard, Gary Eschen, Jeff Barefoot, and Devin Rogers, the top 5. Well, with this so close after the restart, we're going to take you to a video from MVG. We'll be back after this.
I'm Ice Cold Killer 72.
I'm Lindsay with MVG.
Brianna, aka Doctor here. I'm one of the stream team leads and graphic design leads for MVG.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, Corporal Rhino.
My name's Eric, and I'm a disabled U.S. Army combat veteran.
MVG to me as a veteran is a group of like-minded individuals that can relate to each other, where sometimes in the civilian world can be very hard to do.
It is a family, military family community who bond through gaming.
We all know what it's like to be deployed and kind of feel like you're out of touch with that world back home.
The military and veteran gaming group of people that I don't even know, that I will spend countless hours playing with and chatting with and hanging out with.
MVG is more than a community. It's a group of people, veterans, active duty, civilians alike, come together to do something for others without any thought of themselves.
We really focus on the healing through gaming side.
I use gaming to heal by decompressing after a very long day and kind of going into a virtual self-care zone is what I call it.
They have helped me with logos, decals, overlays, just friendships, people to talk to, mental health status, things like that.
They've given me more support than anyone could ever ask for. And if you're looking for a community like that, I would suggest you stop on by.
So we are reaching out to all of you that are watching these videos from all of us to help somebody when they are in need, whether they are a streamer or a gamer. Reach out and help. And until then, I am Corporal Rhino. Have a good evening.
Back live at Daytona International Speedway for the Military and Veteran Gamers 500. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Connor Horn from SimTV, bringing you the 200 laps of action in the 500 miles of racing. We're 68 laps into our 200-lap battle here tonight. We've had a handful of yellows to slow the progress here early, but getting ready for a restart and approaching our halfway point, about 30 laps time. Connor, tonight it's been survival has been the topic of discussion tonight. But at what point does that tide turn and turn into aggressive racing all the way to the end?
I think we're going to have to wait a little bit of a while to start racing for the win to the very end. I don't think we've really seen enough racing ability at the front yet. We've really only seen one tandem make it even work on the outside as far as the front pack goes. We've seen side-by-side racing in the back of the field, but as far as the race for the lead goes, we haven't seen much racing for the lead, so we'll have to wait and see if anyone tries to make a move for the lead on a long run, maybe get out of a single file line to see that. But one thing we are starting to see is the consistent drivers, the drivers who are able to hold that line and stay steady, they're starting to rise to the front, maybe permanently. Dustin Shepard, Jeff Bergener, Gary Eschen, those two, second and third specifically, who were dominating most of the race early on, they've made their way back to the front. Guys like Devin Rogers, Eli Raposa, guys who were at the front pretty early, starting to make their way up front, maybe for the good.
So the field climbs the banking in turns 3 and 4 and preps for a restart. And again, we're trying to essentially get to what I would just consider that last pit stop sprint, basically lap 160 to 200. That's when you can really start racing. Once you got the final tank of fuel, your race winner fuel. That's when that goes in, it's time to go. The field rolls out of turn 4. Bergener and Shepard on the front row. 2 of the Ford Mustangs, blue ovals, in command of the field in the first 2 rows. And it's 2 of our Toyotas in row number 3, followed by a Ford in our first bow tie for Chevrolet in 6th place. Green flag back in the air, racing again from Daytona.
See, pretty much all the drivers from the outside lane make their way to the inside lane to single file up. Anthony Carpenter, kind of the odd guy out, trying to find his way to the bottom, but he will stay on the outside. Nope, he will try to go inside. Just gets in front of Derek Klein. That was risky. Still trying to get down, very close, but they're able to make it work.
Whoa, one car really wide there at the exit of turn number 2, and that was the 16 of Anthony Carpenter. Had a bit of a moment and now slots in line in front of Caleb Clinard, who's got a head of steam coming, 190 miles an hour, but will lift and let that 16 gather some pace at the front of the field. 5 cars, nose to tail, followed by the Philip Martin car. That's that yellow and green 46 in 5th place. And clicking off laps. Narrowed the field down just a little bit more. We've only got 28 drivers now running on the racetrack after our 42 drivers started. So that should guarantee us a little bit more green flag racing in between these cautions. That means more mobility at the front. Again, tonight we've seen 9 yellows for 23 laps and only 7 leaders and 7 lead changes. I think that number is going to go up a lot by the end of this race.
I apologize to Anthony Carpenter real quick. I think I called him Andrew, so I do apologize for that. He is running in the 11th position with a pretty good G.I. Joe paint scheme there. A little bit of rear end damage, but he's making it work so far as he's gotten into that single file line.
Dustin Shepard has been through the ringer a couple times today, but that 4, remember that big slide and save that he had in 3 and 4, he got 360 and turned all the way around 360 degrees, probably doing about 160 miles an hour. Gathered up. Because of that, he's up front still battling for the top spot after starting in 38th today. He's had a very busy day, but still runs inside the top 5. And here comes Gary Eschen back. It's taken him a little while to earn these positions after the contact he had with the 41 earlier in the race, but here he is back up in 3rd.
Here, I was about to say, we can't really call Shepard's move a 360 no scope, maybe a 360 no grip, I think is the best thing you can say there. As saw him down the backstretch, you saw how big of a difference a tandem makes. He was all over the rear bumper of Jeff Bergner down the backstretch, and he got a little bit of a gap away from 3rd place Gary Eschen. And it can work, but you have to be very precise with it. You can't really do it for that long, or else you're going to blow up that engine.
One thing to consider is those engine temperatures. It's not a topic we've talked about a whole lot today because we haven't really seen drivers bump drafting significantly for long periods of time, but you can't just smack your front bumper up against the rear bumper of the driver in front and push them like days of old. The engine intakes have been very delicately designed to not allow drivers to lock bumpers for long periods of time without heating up those motors. So that's a topic for later in the race. When you have to commit to somebody, you got to leave a little bit of room for air to get into your grill.
But it's going to be difficult to do because if you use a little bit too much room, you're going to lose a lot of time, and it's really going to be all for nothing. So you almost feel obligated to stay on the bumper to get as much momentum as possible, but you run the risk of turning someone or blowing your own engine, or doing both in the span of a few seconds. So it's a difficult balance to come up with when you're at the end of a race trying to make a split-second decision like that.
It's about the front 15 or so cars. Nose to tail on the inside lane. Here's the 43 or 44 car rather, and the 51 of Dustin Logston. They're 16th and 17th. They are finally going to drop in a line. Those are teammates, these 2 cars. And then behind them, it's about a 9-second gap back to the next drivers. There's a few kind of creeping around on their own. Here's Stoney Benfield leading Matthew Catania. Both those drivers, actually Catania's 1 lap down. The first driver 1 lap down.
There's a big checkup in the front of the pack. Not sure what caused it. I don't see anything. They're catching the lap car, Monty Sprague. He will go high to let the leaders by. But that's what we were talking about. These checkups can be so huge that you're just not ready for them. Look how much it spread out that first line.
Yeah, a lot of movement in the back of this front pack as well with the 2 teammates. And then I think that's Tyler Burden, the Demon, out of line. And this has been not exactly the best night for the 06. That car's been through hell and back, that's for sure.
Fitting, isn't it?
It certainly is.
He's gonna, I think everyone in that lead line finally saw the damage he had and decided to get him out of it. Probably not gonna be able to hang on. And he'll fall back to the second pack, led by Kenny Height in the 18th position. Oh, Jeremy Stanley sliding.
Oh, hang on to it. Hang on to it.
Oh, he did. My goodness, what a save.
Holy cow. Man, that was a big moment.
Oh, how in the world has he done that? Ooh. The 30 slips up again. It's at least the second time we've seen him slip up. I have no idea how Jeremy Stanley hung on to that car.
Yeah, that was straight out of the Bud Shootout from 2012 with Kyle Busch behind the wheel. Have a look at this.
We love referencing Kyle Busch.
Well, it's fitting.
You make a good point. Took it a bit twice, then he goes high. I didn't see Kyle do that right there.
That was even better than Kyle Busch.
He outdid Brown himself.
Back out front, still a front three are nose to tail. Here's Devin Rogers, rides in fourth. That's that red and black car, the Toyota Camry, in fourth. Highest running of the Toyota badges here tonight. Not a lot of them in the field, but 2 of them inside the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, Eli Raposa in the 14, the other one. Trying to see, I think those are the only 2 in this lead line, which has been shrunk to 10 cars after all that happened at the back of it.
That's good for them, though. Fewer cars in this line means there's fewer opportunity for things to get out of hand, and they can kind of manage the pace a lot better with fewer cars.
You might be able to pick up the pace a little bit more as well, even though you're still in a single file line. Sometimes less cars, it means you can go a little bit faster. 45.6s, 45.7s at the times that we saw that time by, and that's what I've noticed. Even in Gen 6, that was sort of the case. If you get less drivers in the pack, you're going to have less checking up, so there's going to be more on-throttle time, so you're probably going to pick up more speed on your lap times.
So watch this big push from the teammates as they move forward. Trying to figure out which car that was. That's the 4 car, the third Nerd Dudes car. The 46 chops down. It's Kenny Height, drops right down in front of the 4 car.
Right, that is Kenneth Bishop. He actually did not start the race. He joined a little bit late. He's gotten a few of his laps back. He's 6 laps down, in the 27th position.
With a 13 below that yellow line. That's fair game as long as you're not passing anybody, but I wouldn't want to spend any extended amount of time down there, that's for sure.
I wouldn't want to either. The 43 already spent time a little bit down there, and it didn't look like a fun ride.
No, it did not. So closing in on our halfway point, that's lap number 100, about 20 minutes from now or so. And then our stage caution for stage 2 will end at lap number 120. That will give us an 80-lap run to the end. And Connor, if you're breaking up the strategy, it's going to basically be 2 40-lap runs from that second stage caution. A lot of the drivers on the racetrack right now at the front 6 or so, are going to need to hit pit lane in the next 15 laps. Jeff Barefoot has run 41 laps in this tank of fuel, and he's going to need to hit pit lane pretty much soon.
It might be imminent at this point. He's not going to pit. Well, we're on the backstretch. We'll see if he pits this time, but I'm sure he's trying to run this to the end, maybe hoping for another yellow, because we've seen a decent amount of them. We'll have to wait and see, but I'm not sure if there's anyone else in this pack right now that's going to go with him. He's really going to be all on his own. It's going to be a very tough situation if he has no friends here.
Yeah, the top 6 all pitted about 27, 28 laps ago. Barefoot is the only one on this particular strategy. So he's kind of between a rock and a hard place. I think he needs a caution to get back on sync with everybody else. But obviously, I don't think a lot of other drivers want a caution. We've had enough of those for now. I think the goal is just to keep green flag racing and run it all the way to the end.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be the case. The only thing that could really help Barefoot is, somehow someone does join him, but I don't see that happening. Maybe if someone thinks the strategy he's pulling is a good one for whatever reason, they might join him, but in reality, he's probably going to lose a lot of track position. He might have to hope to maybe drop back to the 2nd or 3rd pack by the time this one's over. Speaking of that 3rd pack, it's a pretty long line. Kenny Height's built up about 15th to 20th with some lap cars mixed in that one.
Nice green flag run formulating here, but a couple drivers will need to hit pit lane soon, and one of those drivers, I'm curious to see how long Barefoot can go. He's on lap 43 of this run. Now, there was a whole bunch of cautions that would have allowed him to save fuel here, Connor. I'm just not sure that he's going to want to test and see what his mileage is. I think he got to hit pit lane soon.
One thing that is different, these next-gen fuel tanks, I believe they hold 20 gallons, not 18.7 that we're accustomed to, so you can go a little bit longer. I'm not sure how much different the fuel consumption is. I really haven't done a run at Daytona long enough to do that, so we'll see how much longer he can go. I think you said 43 laps. This would be, I think, about 44. He's running the outside lane to get around the lap machine here. That is Billy Hensley. He's getting around, so he will go at least one more.
Yeah, Billy Hensley going to drop to pit lane as the front runners complete lap number 81. And this is really the stage of the race that we thought we would get into right out of the gate, which was the ticking off the laps. And so far, I think that appears to be what stage of the race we're in now, where all you're focused on is just getting in line and setting yourself up for that final pit stop around lap number 160 or so. So you're just basically watching the relative screen, watching the laps tick away. No rush to get anywhere, no urgency. You're just trying to get closer to the end of the race.
Well, from the drop of the green flag, we've seen the front runners like Jeff Berger, Gary Esch, and Dustin Shepard, and everyone really in the top 10. That's been their goal all along, to get single file, and they were able to do that quite nicely. It's really been the guys in the back of the pack who have not been able to stay still and stay in a single file line. Sort of guys like just around the top 20, guys like Jeremy Stanley and Miles Morris, who are side by side for the 19th position, just kind of slowing themselves down, not really being smart about it, just losing time and putting themselves at risk for a wreck by doing that.
Well, a little bit of squirrely driving at the exit of turn number 2, and Shepard will tuck back into second place. Another lap car up the road. Is that Billy Hensley again? It is.
Yes,
so he came to pit lane and got right back out in front of the leaders again, which is not exactly ideal, but that's what we got to work with.
I think he just took fuel only and got back out there. Speaking of fuel, Jeff Barefoot's still out there, and he is finally going to have to come to pit lane. He was dropping off that pack, but he will come to pit lane this time.
So here comes Barefoot down into pit lane, nicely slows down. I think one of the things we haven't really had a chance to talk about, because we haven't had a lot of green flag pit stops, is the change in suspension for these cars, Connor. In the past, hitting pit lane would have been a very scary ordeal with the independent rear suspension and small brake package the Gen 6 cars used to have. These new next-gen NASCAR cars have independent rear suspension and different braking system, and with that, you don't get the wheel hop that you used to get. So you don't have to worry so much about hopping those rear tires every time you come to pit lane, and you can brake a lot harder and a lot later. That's something that road course drivers love, because they don't have to kind of fight with this old style independent rear suspension. It's something the oval drivers will love, because they're not going to be fighting for control all the way down to pit speed.
Yeah, fighting for control in the pit lane, it's something that everyone has to do, especially at Daytona, because, you know, when everyone pits in the pack, like we're probably going to see at the top 10 do, you're all fighting for the same position to get onto pit road in a decent spot, and you all jam into each other. We've seen pit road crashes on the service before. It's definitely something that makes everyone's lives a little bit easier, getting slowed down from pit lanes. There's hopefully shouldn't be as much chaos.
Seeing a lot of disjointed cars that are kind of all on their own right now. That's creating a bit of an interesting scenario here, because we have a lot of sort of small packs of cars and then a lot of individual cars, and because of that we have drastically different speeds at a variety of locations on the racetrack, and that's dangerous in itself. We'll have to see how the field negotiates. Usually when you're a lap down, Connor, do you go low or do you go high?
I try to go high if it's, well, it's kind of interesting. If I'm damaged, I'll go high, but if you're someone who's kind of just lost a drive for whatever reason, but you have no damage to your car and you can still compete, I'd probably go to the inside just to try to get into a line. Someone like Eric Kohlhaas, who's in a 25th position, don't know how far he is off the leaders, but in his case, he's actually not too far ahead from being lapped, but in his case, I'd stay to the inside just to hopefully stay in the lead pack. You go to the outside, you're probably not going to get the draft and momentum from that line, so you're going to have to really be fighting to stay in that pack.
I must say that Ira Kohlhaas, in my opinion, has won the livery game tonight. That blue is perfect. That kind of powder-coated metallic blue looks very, very good on that Pepsi car.
There's a lot of front runners for that award for sure. It's a little bit of diciness in that front pack. I think they're getting around Jeff Barefoot now to put them one lap down. Not quite clear. Curtis Rogers really pinching him to that double yellow line as they all get side by side.
Big crash, turn 2. Petrie's in it. Yeah, and Curtis Rogers probably gets the worst of it here. Caution out at lap number 87.
Watch out, everyone in the second pack. Sort of saw that coming. Curtis Rogers was kind of pinching a little bit harder than I would anticipate him to do for a lap car. Barefoot holding his line down there.
Yeah, just came. Yeah, the 99 drifts up. The 65 probably comes down just a little bit. I mean, either way.
Just struggling to hold these lines for these guys so far.
Yeah, actually, I think looking at that angle, I think the 65 comes down more. He might have been trying to slide in behind the 99, but timed it wrong, and we ended up causing a collision.
We've seen that a lot, though. We've seen drivers trying to get to the inside to get to the fast line and just misjudging it. These cars are a little bit wider, so they're not the same as a Gen 6. You don't have as much room to work with when getting in line. You have to be careful of your surroundings. You got to know what limits you have and all that, when you're clear, when you're not. You just have to have that basic knowledge of it.
I think that's probably one of the things that I'm curious to see for the real Daytona 500 this year, is how the drivers get accustomed to the dimensions of this new car. Very different, a lot shorter rear end and rear quarter panel area, and the nose seems to be a little longer. And with that, it kind of creates a different perception, Connor, of when you're clear versus the Gen 6 cars. And, you know, miscommunications and misunderstandings like that, I think, are yet to be seen in the real world as well when we debut this car in Daytona in February.
The spotters do a lot of that at Daytona, but once again, you know, obviously drivers will take matters into their own hands. If they feel they're clear, they might not even wait for their spotter to tell them they're clear. They'll go for it. And maybe in the past they were able to make it work because they knew the dimensions, but it's going to be a different ball game for this year's 500 and also the other super speedway races, the other, you know, also Atlanta, it's going to be a super speedway race as well, but you have to be careful. The dimensions of the car, obviously, you're not going to be able to get away with as much as you were able to even in a Gen 6 car, so all those drivers in real life are going to have to be aware of that.
So tires going on a majority of the cars here. This puts us in a very interesting window because this is about 30 laps. The restart will be about 30 laps from our stage. So this, in my mind, Connor, assuming that we don't have a massive amount of other yellow flags, this is a two-stop race from here. You're going to pit now, you're going to pit at lap 120, and you're going to pit at lap 140, and that'll basically be it from here.
And this time, there's really not going to be any variance in strategy. Everyone who was on the lead lap pit would be 21 cars. Tony Benfield was the last driver on the lead lap. 21 cars to be specific. So there's going to be no one pitting from the lead pack, just like we saw Jeff Barefoot do.
You're watching the Military and Veteran Gamers 500 here from Daytona International Speedway, presented by the High Octane Sim Series. You're watching Sim TV. Been around since February of 2018. Started things off with myself and Finian Dacuna, who's not here tonight, but Connor has joined our team as of last year. And excited to move forth into 2022 with more sim racing action. The Indy Elite Series, the Outsider Racing League, they debut on Saturday nights coming up in a couple of weeks. And then more Washington, D.C. region virtual racing league action for the SCCA. That's Wednesday nights for the next 7 weeks. 1 to green. Lights are out atop the pace car. Connor, you know what that means? We're going to re-rack them, restack them, and go racing again. This time the restart will happen lap number 91. Has anybody stood out to you as a potential winner of this race? Because I'm looking at this 21 car, and he has been awful consistent up at the front of the field all night.
I was about to point him out, Jeff Bergner. He's been pretty much a force to be reckoned with so far. He's led a lot of this race, and he's been really solid. But also the 8 machine of Gary Etchen, he's also been very solid as well. He finds himself, I think, at the back, 21st position. Not sure where he lost those spots, but he's been very consistent, and I think he's been the fastest out of the two. If he can get back up to the front cleanly, I think he's got the best shot at winning.
Those are the drivers that we've selected so far to be the ones to go forward, and it's been a nice evening in terms of the weather. Here's a look at your weather information. Again, relatively cool. Air temp has dropped a couple degrees. Track temp has dropped 1 degree, but it's been fairly consistent weather all night long, and we expect it to be good all the way to the end of the night.
We'll have to wait and see if it plays any sort of factor. Usually in these night races, weather won't really play a factor of any sort. Cool temps and all that really shouldn't play too much in the, you know, how moves are made and anything like that. But we'll have to wait and see if it does make any sort of difference. It's been pretty squirrely for a lot of drivers already so far.
The nice cool track temperatures make things a little easier than they could be, which is good for the drivers. And this time, the field rolls out of turn number 4. We still have about 28 drivers left racing, and 22 of those drivers are on the lead lap. It will be 30 laps to our next stage break at lap number 120, and green flag of the MVG 500 is back out. We're back underway from Daytona.
Oh boy, Thomas Geyer to the apron, got turned. He's able to get it load up and save it, however, so we will stay green.
Did a great job gathering that up. That could have been real bad, but managed to slow the car down and not be a factor in another caution flag here tonight.
Oh, they're wrecking in the back, way in the back. Trying to see who that is out of turn number 2. That's Sam Kohlhaas and Thomas Geyer again who was involved.
Now let's briefly see how that happened. came
up in a transition up, I would assume.
That would be my guess. Right here. Oh, no.
Oh, that was Kohlhaas.
Yeah. Well, either way, that was an awkward moment for everybody there, I'm sure, but we stay green. Out front, Bergener and Martin lead the way.
Everyone, once again, at the front, pretty single-filed up. That's Philip Martin. I don't think we've really talked about the 486 machine, but he's gotten his way up to the front. It's been top 5 pretty much majority of the race. Started 5th up to the 2nd position, but we haven't said a word about him. He's doing a solid job as well.
That's a good thing. Tonight we've talked a lot about drivers that have had ups and downs, but Philip Martin has been just casually hanging out inside the top 5, top 10. That's a good thing that we haven't talked about you so far, especially if you're up front. So Philip Martin has put himself in position. So has Derek Line, by the way, another driver that has just been up here. Started 27th. Can't take him for granted as we got a battle behind him for about 8th place. Tony Carpenter, rather, in the 16th. Dustin Logston. And the 6th of Ernie Williams Jr. also in this mix. All these drivers started back in the 30s and are now inside the top 10.
Dustin Logston, he got a really good run on Carpenter there, and also the 30 of Dom Milkowicz. Tried to get around him, but just didn't have the run to do it. So he dropped back to the front bumper of Tony Krieger. Those two try to stay with the lead pack. They're 2x2 in the sort of second pack. Curtis Rogers, Miles Morris, Gary Eschen, who we were talking about earlier, in this as well. Also Jeremy Stanley.
Tony Carpenter following the 30 of Milkowicz, who another driver that we've seen the back tonight get a couple of contacts under his belt, but running 7th right now after starting back in 18th. So moving forward quite nicely. Ernie Williams Jr. with a run here on Tony Carpenter, but nowhere to go.
It really is nowhere to go. You need to have friends to go to that outside line. We've seen a lot of drivers, even if someone on the outside does have a run like Logston in the 54, excuse me, no one really wants to go with him because they're just more content staying in line, which is clearly understandable from how this race has gone.
Closing in on halfway, Jeff Bergener in the 21. We mentioned that he's been kind of up front all night long. He's led 39 laps, which is more than the 30 laps that the Gary Eschen car has led.
Still trying to check on Gary Eschen. He did go back to 21st. That's where he restarted. He's about in the 15th position now as his pack is hit. Oh, Tony Krieger to the inside wall. Driver's side coming back in front of traffic.
No, that's not going to work.
More.
Yeah, there they go. I think they're going to all keep it straight.
Somehow they have for now. Watch the transition up from the banking for a few of those guys. Looks like they're going to somehow straighten it out. I don't know how that wasn't more than what it was. My goodness. Flings a cone, and you can't really blame him. You don't have control. You just hit the inside wall. The suspension's probably completely destroyed in that thing. Just trying to gather it up.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. Again, kind of just crashing on the straightaways. I don't get it.
I think he kind of gets doored here.
Yeah, it just gets slammed.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do. Just trying to gather it up. He hasn't turned left. He's trying to get off track.
Yeah, I mean, there was no way to win once he got hit. I mean, he was also always going to get in a wreck after that. But so just surprised again that on the straightaway. I know the triangle is a trouble spot, but it's not like we're doing 4 wide. You know, Connor. It's just got to keep it straight. And that's been a trouble spot for a lot of drivers towards the back tonight.
That was Miles Morse, by the way, who came down on Krieger there. That ends the 23s night, I do believe. And I think the car that Krieger accidentally came down on, I'm trying to see, I think it might have been Tyler Burden, but no, like you talked, no, it was Stoney Bedfield, excuse me. No, it was Burden, my apologies. But like you said, we've been talking about it. Just holding the line has been the biggest challenge for a lot of these drivers. Keeping it in one line compared to the other just has not been attainable for a lot of drivers so far.
Tyler Burden in the 06. He has been trucking along with a very damaged car for a very long time. Still in 18th on the lead lap, and to his credit, I mean, a lot of drivers would have thrown in the towel by this point.
Yeah, I was about to say, I thought he was about 5 or 6 laps down looking at this car with no hood, but no, like you said, trucking along on the lead lap, even after that hit. Battling with Kenny Height here as they have fallen off everyone who was around them because of that incident.
Jeff Bergener still leads the way, coming to 3 to go to the halfway point. Again, no points or anything paid out with this being a special event. No significance really to the stages or the halfway point, but this does signify 250 miles of this race complete in about 3 laps time.
just under 2 hours, I do believe. So decent time for what it has been so far. As it seems like the more restarts we get, the smaller this lead line sort of gets. It's been 15 cars, 13 cars, down to 10 cars, and now it's only down to 9 cars with Bernie Williams Jr. just trying to
watch
tag
this
along.
push. Philip Martin right to the rear bumper of the 21, and that made the 46 shoot to the right. Again, not something you want to be doing, offsetting on the run down to turn 3.
Especially with how far they were into the entry of turn 3, I'm surprised he didn't let off the rear Bergener sooner. Just trying to keep in line where he is, I suppose, but or maybe just trying to experiment with how much he can get away with. But as we've seen, you can't really get away with much, so not much experimenting needs to be done to know that. Oh, cars on the apron in the back of the pack. That was Ernie Williams Jr. and Tony Carpenter.
And a look at how this happened here. These Tony Carpenter in the number 16 swings out wide, gets into the back of the 30, and then the 6 just doesn't lift.
Again, another decent job keeping it on the apron and not causing a bigger incident, but that's another sort of thing that you just kind of need to know to do is when something like that happens, any sort of checkup, you just simply lift. But we did talk about it earlier, if you lift a little bit, you could potentially lose the pack, and maybe Ernie Williams Jr. was just aware of that and didn't want to risk losing the lead pack, and that was the main result.
Lap 100 of 200 here at Daytona. Look at this battle back here. This is all for 10th place. Miles Morse, Gary Eschen, Jeremy Stanley, and Curtis Rogers, 2x2. Not going very fast side by side like this, but I'm certain they're having some fun.
Not even going, they're 10 miles per hour slower than that lead pack as they're trying to get single file. Loxton over the radio talking about how he's upset they're not going single file. We'll see how much 5 cars can really do here. This is ninth to about 13th, I believe. Ernie Williams Jr. will be joining them soon.
Halfway here at Daytona, the Military and Veteran Gamers 500 is halfway complete, 50%, 250 miles out of the way here at Daytona. Bergener leads the way at the stripe at halfway, as he did at the drop of the green flag. That 21 car has been mighty consistent, as has the 46 car of Philip Martin in second, Derek Line third, and Keith Fall and Devin Rogers the rest of your top 5.
With the sort of midnight setting in this race, it's almost like the 2012 race, which is scary to think it was 10 years ago at this point, how it's dead at the night and it's kind of an attrition race so far.
Yeah, and actually, one of the cool things about this, as you can see on the far right here, this area where the track has actually been repaved, that is where Juan Pablo Montoya's car collided with the jet dryer and caused damage to the racing surface. And you can actually see in the pavement here in the Daytona scan where that track was damaged by the huge fireball that happened almost 10 years ago now. It's crazy to think. I remember watching that. That was on a, wasn't that on a Monday night too?
That might have been a Monday night if I do remember correctly. It was a late night, that's for sure. And little old, well, actually at that point, I think I was still 9 years old, was very excited watching them clean the track with Tide, I believe. That was something that was just blowing my mind at that time.
There's a handful of races. I didn't watch every Daytona 500 ever, but from 2007 on, basically, was my time watching NASCAR. And the 2007 one stands out. The 2012 one stands out to me, and then I think 2015 just because of all the chaos surrounding the Kyle Busch incident, that whole thing. But anyway, the 2012 race I remember vividly, and what room I was in, what I was eating, what I was watching, because that was a moment in history that will go down infamously.
It's a 2007 Daytona 500 for me, my 5th birthday, and I remember it so well. The birthday cake was really good that day, no doubt about it, but the finish was somehow better. One of the most iconic finishes you would ever see, Mark Martin, Kevin Harvick battling for the first Daytona 500, Harvick edging Mark Martin out as Clint Bowyer flips upside down on fire and crosses the line. You can almost not get more iconic than that finish right there.
Certainly not. I just remember the 2012 finish, though. Like Logan Detweiler will confirm that was a Monday into Tuesday night, so that was a really late one. But I remember that race also because Matt Kenseth won it, and I remember how much of I wasn't not a Matt Kenseth fan, but I just remember how anticlimactic the end of the race felt after the dramas that had transpired earlier in the night.
Well, you can thank Greg Biffle for that, because Greg Biffle is one of those drivers who never tried to win races.
Whoa, really touch for the race lead. Bergener gets a shove from Martin, and here comes Derek Line with an opportunistic move to driver's right.
Yeah, Line might want to get Martin out of here because we've seen him get into the back of Bergener a few times now, and he's really risked wrecking this entire front pack as they've been so dominant. I don't know how much longer Derek Line, Keith Fallen, and the others behind are going to want to kind of keep up with Martin, almost risking the entire pack crashing.
15 laps to our stage break and next caution. Dustin Logston with a big push from his teammate Jeremy Stanley. This is for 8th place, coming up on a lap car, and just behind him Curtis Rogers, Gary Eschen, Miles Morrison, more.
I know it's kind of an off-topic thought, but I'm very scared of 2012, that race being almost 10 years ago. I really hate that I brought that thought to my mind.
Well, you and I are both fairly young, so that was half our lifetime ago, basically.
Good point.
For some people, it feels like it was yesterday, and it does for me too, but it's just crazy to think. I mean, I had consciousness by that time, right? I was probably, I was 14 or 15 years old.
I'd hope, yes, you were conscious by that point.
I just, anything before I was 7, I don't remember, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, time certainly does fly, but it's that was certainly one of the most memorable NASCAR moments in my head.
Real NASCAR fans will think Dave Blaney won that race.
I just feel so privileged. I mean, thinking back 10 years ago, what I was doing, and I was basically in middle school going into high school, and very privileged now to be working in motorsport, in Grid Life and GT World Challenge America. I'll be headed to the St. Petersburg IndyCar race to announce for the GT America Sports Car Series at the end of February. So really excited, and it just feel very blessed to be able to work in motorsports. Connor, I know you're kind of working on the same thing. It just, as a young kid, I could never have fathomed the places I'd get to go and things I'd get to do as an announcer for Grid Life and for GT World Challenge America.
It's amazing, no doubt about it. It's just crazy how far everything's come. It's just, I don't know how else to really sum it up. It's just been a crazy last few years for really everyone involved.
I mean, the pandemic was not ideal for a variety of reasons, but I will say that it has given me some pretty amazing opportunities because of our pull in the esports world. And I have to again thank Tom O'Gorman, who we heard from earlier, for giving me a lot of the opportunities that I've received in the motorsports environment. So owe a lot to Tom. Wish he could be here tonight, but he's probably whooping it up in Wisconsin, working on his race car for Circuit of the Americas. I'll be there at the end of February as well, calling our first Grid Life Touring Cup race of the season. That'll be streamed live on YouTube as well. So excited for that. But this race has calmed down significantly, Connor, as we hit lap 108. We are working towards our last stage break.
We're working towards potentially, actually no, you said stage break, I almost forgot. 30 lap run is what we're going to get to. That if we do get to lap 120, it would, I believe, be the longest run, and the fuel will definitely last that long. We saw Jeff Barefoot last about 45 laps on the tank of fuel, with some yellows, mind you, but I think 30 laps should definitely be enough to get to the end here, as long as the drivers want to get to the end of this stage.
I think this is a good time to be silent for a few laps and enjoy a SimTV sound surge. Leader Jeff Bergener still leads this race. 46 of Philip Martin right behind him as we storm towards our last stage break of the night, lap number 120, Connor. V8 engines, glad that they're not massively changed heading forward. I know we'll get a new engine in 2023 here in NASCAR, but still the old classic V8 sound, slightly different with a different exhaust, but still making a fantastic noise.
9 laps to go to that second stage point, and it is nice to hear these cars rip around this track. Trying to see if we do get any movement at the front. Lead pack has been weighing down to 7. It's Don Milkowicz running it out now. Looking to see if anyone wants to make a move to get to the front before the stage. Philip Martin has seemed impatient the entire run as he gets another big slam into the back of Bergener's car. Not really letting off with any of these bumps. Got to be real careful of that.
Well, Philip Martin has not led a single lap tonight, and Bergener in front of him has led almost 60. Now, you can pit road will close 3 laps before the end of the stage. So at lap 117, or coming to 118, I should say, the pits will close, and you may not come to pit lane. And again, if we get a caution in the next, about 2 laps from now, that will count as our stage caution. Otherwise, it will come out at the end of lap number 120. So some drivers perhaps thinking about pitting early. I would just pit at the stage here, Connor. I don't think track position at this point in the race matters enough. If we were to get a caution at lap 170, 180, absolutely stay out if you can.
Well, I don't even see you staying on the lead lap if you pit right before they close. Even if you're in the lead pack, if no one pits with you, I just don't see that working out because you're going to want to pit anyways, just obviously to get on the right fuel strategy. I just don't see that benefiting anyone who pits.
I think you're right. I think the plan is pretty set. I think you're going to pit at the stage. I think you're going to pit at lap 160, and I think that's going to be it for pit stops tonight, unless we get a rash of cautions late in the running. Again, we've got 18 drivers on the lead lap, 3 drivers 1 lap down, and Tyler Burden is in position to get a free pass if we were to get a caution, and a little bit of movement here on the back straightaway. Potentially some drivers trying to make that move to the front and lead some laps here before the end of the stage.
You're going to need at least half this line to go with you, at least 3 or 4 cars to go to that top line to make it work if you want to get to the front. It could be Philip Martin who leads him, could be Derek Klein who wants to get away from Philip Martin. Haven't really seen enough movement to the top. 1 car trying to make something work, Eli Raposa, but he's at the back of that pack, making really nothing happen doing that.
Gonna need help. I think that these cars seem to have strengths in 3 or more. I don't really think 2 cars can do enough. But Philip Martin is looking mighty aggressive on the back of Bergener. So if I'm Derek Klein, I'm seeing that aggression and ready to raise it. As soon as that 46 pops out, I'm going with him. If I keep following, I'm preparing the same idea.
That's tough. If I'm really Derek Klein, if I see the 46 want to go.
There he goes.
Ooh,
that was dicey.
He gave the bump to Martin. It was a 3-car tandem. 2-car tandems are dicey. 3 cars, you're kind of asking for a wreck, but Klein kind of just hit him there with the checkup. But one thing I was going to say, if I'm Derek Klein at this point in the race, I see that 46 go to the top to make a move, I'm hanging him out. I don't want to be behind him anymore. He's hit the 21 so many times and almost wrecked him so many times. He's a danger to my race. I want him out of the front of a line.
5 laps till the stage break. Here's another second pack with Justin Logston and teammate Jeremy Stanley. Go ahead.
I was just looking at that. They were kind of swerving around. They're still struggling to stay single file, even though they're already at this point 10 seconds behind the leaders. Struggling to stay single file. Also struggling to stay off the bumpers. Logston and Jeremy Stanley, they've been tandeming up and down these straightaways, and they've made it sort of work. They've kept decent pace with the lead pack, really only a 10th off them in this sort of small pack, but they just don't have the speed to catch up, obviously, and that's what that Stage 2 yellow is going to be helpful for.
Yeah, big gaps now generated that are all going to go away. So there's not a lot to lose. If you're Eli Raposa at the back of this, there's not a lot to lose by making a move here and trying to go to the front. There is a lot to gain, though, in terms of track position for the restart, and there is some lap traffic coming up, so this is going to mix things up. This is your last opportunity to come to pit lane.
This is also going to mix up the lucky dog race. Kenny Height is 18th. He is the last driver on the lead lap. Currently, it would be Tyler Bird and Thomas Geyer competing for that lucky dog, but Height might throw a wrench into this plan for those 2.
Does anybody come to pit lane to avoid the traffic? No.
I don't think so. The traffic, we haven't really seen many issues on pit lane tonight. We've seen drivers maybe going a bit slower than pit speed entering, but...
I'm saying the traffic in front of the field here. I mean,
actually, that's a good point. If they would have done it, they would have wanted to do it now, but at this point, you just want to go above them. Ooh,
no, wow, that was
blocking.
scary. The 4-car jumps up to try to pick up the 21, and he got denied and storms the field. Here comes Jeff Bergener through the middle, and will bring the field with him.
I can't really, I said he was blocking. I don't know if he was blocking. I think he wanted to go high, but the guys in front of him weren't going high, so he made a split-second decision there. Now Sam Kohlhaas stays low. As Kenny Height on the apron, he stays low. He drifts up, but he keeps it straight. Height will go a lap down and retain the first driver 1 lap down, and no one pits in the lead pack.
Yeah, now you're stuck up there now. I don't think you have the option to pit at this point, and with...
Sliding, that's through the pit lane. Billy Hensley involved in that one, and they're able to all straighten it out somehow.
I heard the sliding and tried to go grab it, but I didn't realize that car was so close to the front. But coming back to the white flag for the stage, and now I think we've got everybody in that front pack through.
I don't know how. That was looking very dastardly there for a while there. The top 7 did get by everyone. Kenny Height, like I said, he is the first driver 1 lap down, so he will crush Tyler Burden's heart here and deny him that lap back.
Here we go. Final lap of the stage. Can we make it back to the stripe? Bergener, Martin, line, still nose to tail 1 through 3. Then it's Fallen, Rogers, and Milkowitz, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
This is going to be interesting. A lot of drivers have been sort of just chilling here for the majority of this one. Down the backstretch is where you might want to make a move to get to the front, but you have to have people behind you. Yellow flags out.
That is the stage caution at lap 120, so we'll bring everybody down and slow the field on down, and this will be your penultimate pit stop.
I thought they'd go to the end of lap 120, but they hit lap 120. My apologies.
So Bergener leads the way here, and this is going to tighten everybody back up. The last driver on the lead lap is Tony Carpenter, and Kenny Height should be the free pass recipient in the number 33.
It was sort of good timing for him, I suppose, because no one else gets lapped, but as I said, Tyler Burden, with all that damage, was about to get a very big break, but just came up a little bit too short.
All right, now, my guess is that drivers are going to take tires now and at lap 160 because full tank of fuel is essentially how long it takes to change tires.
It's one change with the pit stops I think we'll see for NASCAR in real life. I don't think it's been incorporated to iRacing yet, but the fuel is going to really be what you're waiting on with those single lug nut pit stops that we're going to have to see a lot of. It's going to be very wrong for me to see that, but it's definitely going to be a change that a lot of people wanted to see, and it's going to be interesting to see how much these pit stops change.
I think the tires will probably end up getting changed a little bit quicker, so as you mentioned, I think you'll be waiting on fuel, and I think everyone's going to take tires now and later. Now, if we get a caution at maybe lap 180 or 190, maybe you'll take 2 tires. I just don't really see that being an advantage in any way.
I think if you're at the front with a yellow with 10 to go, like top 5, top 10, you're staying out, because if you're outside the top 10, you really don't have any legitimate chance to win unless you're avoiding a wreck. So we'll have to wait and see. We haven't even gotten close to there yet. Still going to have about 77 laps to go when we go green.
So field is on pit lane now, and pretty much everybody is going to come get 4 Mr. Feel Goods and a tank of fuel.
I've taken a lot of 4 Mr. Feel Goods and some fuel.
Got Finian DeCuna jumping in here.
That's scary, to be honest.
Hey, Finian, I was confused. I was like, oh, he's talking. I saw you jump in, but I didn't. I was going to say hi to you, Finian. How are you?
Good. Yeah, no, I'm doing good. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, I'm alongside Connor and Kyle, typically in the broadcast booth, but I'm currently in the process of doing the Daytona 24 for iRacing.
Yeah, how's it going for you? I saw you were racing a pretty long stint earlier, so you must not have crashed immediately.
Yeah, I got close. I got close quite a few times, but didn't crash the car. Car is still clean. We're up into P4 at the moment. We're a lap or 2 behind the leaders, so I don't know if we'll catch them, but definitely looking at a top 5. Interestingly enough, there are some familiar faces in our split. We're in split, I think, 5 of 15 for the last time spot. I got Levi Zielinski, Cameron Rich, and some of the other guys from 3Y. They're on one team. We just passed them. And then another driver that's in my split, which a lot of people should know from the oval side of things, is Nick Ottinger.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He is running P2. They actually would probably have been in the lead, but he ended up having a connection issue while he was in the middle of his run, and he lost connection. So they lost about a lap or so with that, but I think with their pace, they might end up catching the leaders before it's over.
I think there was a lot of people on that team. I know Ottinger was definitely on a team with a decent amount of oval drivers. That's a good thing about the Daytona 24. He's not even just the road drivers. Every driver from every discipline on iRacing gives it a shot at one time or another.
Yeah, it's so many people. I think it's what, like 4,500 teams registered, I think was what it is. So, you know, multiply by like 3 or 4, then so many drivers have signed up. It's a lot. It's a lot of people.
This has been one of the best years, I think, because usually past 2 or 3 years, it's always drivers complaining about the servers not going up in time.
It's been more than the last 2 or 3 years. Me and you have an experience with that.
Yeah, I remember it must have been 2018,
I think.
When we tried, and I think we ended up basically realizing within the first 5 minutes that it wasn't going to be worth finishing. So at least we didn't invest a whole bunch of time into it. But we did have a very elaborate setup to be able to race together in our dorm room.
Yeah, we basically shared one wheel and had to keep plugging everything in and out. Each time we were planning switching, we had to plug stuff out of one computer, plug it into the other. It was like we actually had to do a driver's swap. It was pretty nuts. Sucks we didn't get to do that race, but yeah, no, a lot of fun this year. Hopefully you can continue. I'm hoping we can potentially get a podium. And I'm sure a lot of these guys up here like to get a podium or a win.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that you've missed quite the bloodbath in the first half of the race, but lately it's been quite good. We've had 11 cautions, 2 of them stage yellows, 7 leaders and 7 lead changes. Started the race with 42 drivers. We've whittled it down to just about 28 drivers that are running, and we have 24 on the lead lap with just under 80 laps to go. So if you'll join us for the last 80 laps, we are going to take you to all the way to the end of the race here for the Military and Veteran Gamers 500.
I don't think I can quite stick all the way to the end. I'll see, actually. I have a decent amount of time, but we'll see. We'll see. I'll try to stick around as long as possible.
All right, well, Military and Veteran Gamers Nonprofit Charity 500. If you'd like to donate to the cause, there is a link in the description and pinned in the YouTube chat. Jeff Bergener out front. He has been the dominant force of the day as we get back to racing. Stage 3, the final stage of the race. Green flag back in the air from Daytona.
It will be a 77-lap dash to the finish, so pretty important here as we've seen things single file out pretty quickly on these restarts. It's very vital to get a good positioning in that single file line. Devin Rogers is the odd man out. Oh, he's going to sling to the inside. I don't know how they didn't wreck Ernie Williams Jr. once again, choosing not to lift and trying not to give an inch.
Down the back straightaway now, nose to tail, lots of movement in the middle and the back up front. They seem fairly nose to tail and line astern. But Jeff Bergener, Philip Martin, Derek Line, those have been the constant top 3 the entire last run.
Oh! Wrecking. Devin Rogers turned. Ernie Williams Jr. More drivers going to get involved in this one.
Ooh, and a couple guys swerving to almost into the wreck itself, but it looks like for the most part, I think, only 1 or 2 guys were involved?
Yeah, looks like it. Devin Rogers maybe got the worst of it, Connor.
Thought it was going to be a lot more drivers swinging into the pack, and it was Ernie again, sort of the same drivers. I think Curtis Rogers got involved in that as well. A few drivers just barely missing out. Trying to see here. A lot of drivers got involved in that. Almost, excuse me. It looked like Ernie Williams just tried to get to the inside there. He already tried to get to the inside of Devin Rogers once, and he kind of just didn't give him even a chance to straighten it out. Williams Jr. is going to retire from this one. Had a lot of struggles checking up for these wrecks as we go under a yellow flag again, as it's going to be 76 laps to go. Don't think we'll see anyone really pit this time. Everyone's pretty much ready on fuel. 1 stop from here regardless. Jeff Bergener still leads at Daytona. Dominant force tonight, as Kyle Heyer said. Philip Martin's been right behind him. Been the more aggressive of the top 5 so far. He's been all over the bumper to that 21 machine down the front and back straightaways, and it's been very risky with his bump drafting.
Yeah, and how is the play racing been? I haven't really seen these cars race for a couple of months. Is it still kind of a little bit hard to poke your head out of line?
It's been very difficult so far. We've seen a lot of single file once it does go green. We've seen drivers try to inch their way out to the outside for runs, but it seems like you really need 3, 4, maybe even 5 cars to make anything work up there. We're going to have to see late in this race, more drivers are going to try to get to the front, obviously, and we just haven't seen that outside line really generate any speed once you get to that front line. But late in the race, more drivers are going to try to get more antsy and more aggressive with their moves up there for sure.
Sorry, guys, I'm back. I had a knock on my door, and I thought I was getting yelled at from a neighbor, but I was not. There was someone from around the corner. Someone parked in their parking spot, so they were trying to figure out if it was me. It was not. I thought I was getting yelled at. I was freaking out. We're good. I'm in an apartment complex. I try not to bother my neighbors, and have done a pretty good job. So.
Have you though?
I haven't gotten yelled at yet.
Yelling and hollering.
Yeah.
With your announcing.
I was concerned. It was a pretty aggressive knock too. I thought I was gonna get reamed.
Thought he was gonna get his what kicked.
Yeah. No, it was all good. She was trying to find out who parked in her parking spot.
And for once, it wasn't you.
It was nope. I have my own spot, and it's going pretty good.
Ooh, royalty.
Royalty had he probably paid a decent amount for, right?
Yeah, in Chicago, parking spots are worth their weight in gold.
50 cents a minute.
Pretty much. Essentially.
I don't know. I have never been even close to Chicago in my life.
Chicago, if you live life without cars, it's great. If you're a car guy like me, it can be not very fun. So I make sure that I have a parking spot everywhere I live. I also have too many cars as a car guy. So
brag about it.
I'm just saying. I have,
he's been flexing all night.
That's not even true. I've never done that in my life.
Oh man.
Oh man, I'm like, my blood pressure's up because I opened the door and it was this very nice lady and I thought she was about to yell at me. But man, okay.
Yeah, regroup here.
Regroup, focus. I'm glad it was during a caution so I could go deal with it.
Focus, I am speed.
Faster than fast, quicker than quick, I am lightning. Well, we are under an hour to the end of this race. 56 minutes if we go green to the end from here, and that is a possibility. Again, likely see one more pit stop. Well, we have to see at least one more pit stop. I don't think you'll see more for tires or for fuel. I think you just might see it for damage repair at the very end.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't think we saw many people pit this time by, because it obviously wouldn't change the strategy. You'd only be able to go about maybe 2 or 3 more laps. Everyone's still really aiming for that 160 range to split it pretty much in half to the very end. But we've seen these tanks can go about 43, 44, 45 laps. So just to be safe for a very late race restart, you might see drivers just run that fuel to the very end of its lifespan, just in case.
All right, so fuel rolling out at turn number 4. There are currently 17 drivers on the lead lap. There are currently 3 that are 1 lap down and 2 that are 2 laps down, still in range of being on the lead lap and winning this race if they could get up to the front. But Bergen or Philip Martin, they've been the consistent ones up front, and now they're going to have to hang on for another 73 laps. Green flag back in the air from Daytona. Teammates Dustin Logston and Jeremy Stanley separated at the moment, and here comes, well, I thought that one of the drivers was going to jump to the outside, but they didn't. They just, well, one of them is real slow. Jeremy Stanley struggling to get back in line, finally tucks back in.
That's how vital it is to keep in that giraffe line. He lost about 10 miles per hour compared to the bottom line when he was there, so he fell 5th all the way to maybe outside even the top 10, and for a track, for a race that can go green to the end potentially here, you really need all the track position you can get, and he just lost a bunch.
Into turn 1, Finian nose to tail. I think earlier in the broadcast we were saying that approximately lap 160 to the end is essentially where you're going to start running up to the front. But for the drivers that are mid-pack, we've seen a lot of mobility, but the front 3 have been very difficult to pass. Do you assemble?
They're crashing in the back, excuse me. Another yellow flag is going to come out. Jason Underwood, Tyler Burden. Eric Kohlhaas piles in at the end as well.
Some familiar names in this one. Curtis Rogers, one of the drivers involved.
Yeah, a lot of drawn-up race cars scatter across the back straightaway. Curious to see what started this and where it actually started.
I think it was ahead of Curtis Rogers this time. Oh yeah, there it is.
Oh wow, there it is.
Wow, it happened early.
Oh, what is? Oh man, that was disappointing. I gotta say.
Yeah, he tried to make the attempt to go 3 wide, but they were all discombobulated and no room really to go.
Yeah, that would have been real awesome if he could have made that work without running into 5 cars, but that didn't happen, unfortunately.
You're right. That would have been a 10 out of 10, but kind of seen that from him. Lack of sort of maybe awareness, I guess. We've seen him be in a few instances, Curtis Rogers, I mean, where it just kind of lost track of where he was and where he was going and the momentum he had, and it caused incidents like this so far tonight.
Yeah, again, we're just about to get to the point where I was going to ask Finian about the urgency to move forward, and I don't think it was there. I think it was another 30 or 40 laps. I don't see the goal of splitting a middle 3 wide like that. That's a moment where you check up, you collect yourself, and you move on, and you try to make that pass later.
Yeah, I mean, again, obviously relating it to the 24 I'm doing, obviously these guys don't have 24 hours on the clock. I think they would probably all want to go to sleep by that point, going around in circles for 24 hours. But, no, I mean, the same sense of, patience is there. It's a 200-lap race. This race has been going on, since 7 o'clock? So around 2.5 hours
just
now?
About.
It's been, yeah. So, it's all about, picking and choosing your battles, where to make an opportunity to move yourself up, because you still got 70 laps on tap, which is still quite a bit of a ways to go. And as you're mentioning, when that time to strike is, I think it's really going to come after the final set of pit stops. I think that's when a lot of drivers are going to feel, now it's go time.
Well, Connor is as shocked as I am that we just saw Bergener and a couple other of the front runners come down to pit lane. Connor, why would they do that? They just topped off with fuel, but why? They can't make it to the end from here.
Not quite sure. I don't really have the explanation. You don't really want to put yourself in a position to be near any of that sort of mess at the back that we've seen so far today. Just more security, just in case you have a green-white checkered and you don't have to take that much fuel to go to the end and you have excess fuel. It's the only thing I could really think of. Not quite sure about it otherwise. That'll put Keith Fall into a race lead. I think that's another new leader. Don't think he's led at all this race, but he has been in this lead pack for the last 50 or so laps.
You're watching the Military and Veteran Gamers 500 presented by the High Octane Sim Series. You're watching Sim TV. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Finian DeCuna and Connor Horn. 70 laps to go or thereabouts. This race, again, raising money for the Military and Veteran Gamers nonprofit charity. They find a community for veterans in the gaming world, whether it's Dungeons and Dragons or sim racing or simulator racing of any other kind or anything for that matter. Military and Veteran Gamers helps them find their community. This race is being held on January 22nd to symbolize the 22 veterans that commit suicide every single day. So, of course, the goal is to end that as soon as possible, and your donation can be part of the solution. Link is in the description or in the YouTube chat if you'd like to help be a part of that solution. Otherwise, you can join the Military and Veteran Gamers Discord. You can find that link on their website and jump in and play with the veterans who need that community to move on. So, 1 to green, and this time be just under 70 laps to go, 68 laps to go at the restart. And Keith Fallen is your new race leader. Derek Lyons stayed out. I like that 88's call. I don't like the one that the previous race leaders did. They're going to restart 7th and 8th. I mean, they didn't go that far back. I just don't see what they gained by adding that splash of fuel.
Like I said, the only thing I would think of is potentially making sure that final green flag pit stop that we could get will take you, at least give you security in case green-white checkers happen. Other than that, I said I don't really have much. I'm not quite sure why you would give up track position in a race where it's been so hard to pass.
It has been hard to pass. It's been entertaining though. Finian, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I'm with Connor there, too. I mean, we've seen with this package, I mean, until probably an update coming in the next few weeks, hopefully, for the next-gen cars. But, I mean, until then, if that doesn't change the racing. But the way they are now, yeah, it is really hard to pass. Every position is going to matter. You're going to want to keep yourself in line, especially, keep yourself in a position where you can make some moves later on. But to put yourself in the back, especially with a higher chance of a wreck, it's going to be interesting to see if that pays off for some of these guys.
One thing
or get them caught up in a wreck.
One thing I want to know here quickly, this is just a fake award from me, but the Trooper of the Race award might go to Tyler Burton. He has retired from the race, but we were talking about earlier, he has just soldiered on. He soldiered on so much of a race with so much damage. He was still in the top 20. That wreck finally put him out of a race, which is unfortunate because he was really trucking along, doing a good job.
Yeah, he had no hood on that car for about 50 or 60 laps. That was not a fun car to drive, but the fun ones are left on the racetrack. Green flag back in the air, lap 133 of 200. Keith Fallon and Derek Line fall into line. A little bit of a 3-wide scenario back here on the restart. Hopefully we can get out the other side of turn 2. The outside, I think that is, who is that way up on the outside? Is that the 14 car?
Yes, Eli Raposa.
Losing a lot of momentum, and here comes the 41 of Dustin Shepard. We have not seen the 41 up here in a little while. Led a couple laps earlier in the race, got turned around at a 360 no grip, as Connor called it, in turns 3 and 4, and didn't hit anything, didn't hit the apron either, just kind of trucked forward and kept moving. And here he is back inside the top 10.
Been caught up in an incident somewhere, though. Repaired it to the best of his ability. He's stuck on the bottom now. Eli Raposa does have the momentum on the outside. Jeff Bergner trying to get back up to the front, jumps up with him with the momentum. Bergner restarted 7th. Didn't lose as much ground as I thought he would, but still, giving up the lead, tough to do. Trying to get it back here.
Yeah, this is nerve-wracking moments. We haven't really seen 2 lanes side by side consistently like this all race long. It's pretty much been single file or crashing has been the 2 extremes of the night. Side by side, 5 rows deep, not something we've seen consistently. That 21 car trying to move forward.
Got to be careful with those guys on the bottom. They've been struggling with holding that line. You can see how squirrely they are down there. And you can see, even though we've seen side-by-side racing slow these guys down so much, Carpenter out of shape, they still have decent speed even though they're side-by-side. Bergner has the speed now, trying to get the Don Milkowicz right rear. That's for the 3rd position. Look at the momentum this 21 has.
Yeah, it's all the Coors Light car get out of lane. It would have been a disaster had they joined mid-pack, caused the wreck, but it looks like they're sorted it out for now. Curious to see how long that outside lane is going to continue because it's so easy for them to lose momentum as guys slowly start to ditch, but they got a pretty decent run down the back straightaway.
Yeah, that's that 21 car on the outside. Oh, that's really scary with the 88 just to the inside there. The 41 of Dustin Shepard, he's been through the ringer a couple of different times today, but this is getting out of hand. Are we going to try to go 3 wide?
I wouldn't do it right now. Keith Fallon, that's the first block we've seen the leader make. He went to the top lane and kind of shut down that run Bergner has. Now he has both lanes side by side, consistently second on back, and he has to somehow control them all.
Oh, big motion there, side to side from the 14.
Oh, boy.
30 car. Oh, now the leader's slow. Here comes on the outside the 21 of Bergner to the outside and takes the lead away. And there they go. They're going to crash. Oh, big crash in turns 3 and 4.
And that is everyone.
Yeah, that's the big one right there.
Oh, a big one. There's been a couple of those today.
That is the biggest one.
Oh, man.
That was pretty predictable. It's the first time we've seen the leader blocking all race long, and there is your end result.
Yeah, it's hard to even know where these things, to pick up the right car when you go back for the replay. There were so many of them.
This is going to take a lot of people out of this race.
Up on top. It happened just behind. It was the 13, well, the 14 and the 30 that kind of kicked the whole thing off. We go back again and watch this in a little bit slower motion here.
It was Don Milkowicz again, but once again, they're kind of not really expecting the blocking. Once again, the 30 kind of just lost the bottom line there, and then the 14 made contact, 30 came back up, and then they all came into each other. Only about 3 cars survived that one.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
A lot of people trying to block, a lot of people trying to go for position all at the same time. Recipe for disaster, and we all just kind of saw the results of what happens there.
Oh, the 2 teammates also taken, 3 teammates taken out, and that the 4 car also got a piece of it. That was pretty much everybody, that's for sure. I think I said 3 and 4. Was that right, or was it 1 and 2?
No, that was 1 and I believe it. Well,
no, it was turn 2 actually. Yes.
Yes, it was turn number 2, and like I said, only 3 cars made it through that. One of them was Jeff Bergner, obviously, because he was kind of got by Keith Fallon. Keith Fallon was the one blocking, and he did get away with it, which is probably not what a lot of drivers would have wanted to see.
Well, I'm trying to look through the field. There's probably about 6 cars without significant amount. Oh, never mind, make that about 5. There's some guys that look pretty good from behind, and then I went to look at the front of the cars, and they definitely seen some better days. There's probably about like 3 or 4 cars that probably don't have any significant amount of damage. Everyone else, got a front bumper dented in, rear bumper, rear wing out of whack, side, the sides of the cars dented in.
I don't know how many drivers are going to have faster pairs left. We've seen faster pairs be used all race long. Not sure how many drivers have been able to save any with how much carnage there has been, especially in the first about 60 laps or so.
Oh, how many fast pairs do you guys have?
Not quite sure, to be honest. I think it is it's definitely at least 1. I think at least 2. Cannot say for sure, but there's been a lot used,
2.
No doubt about it. There is 2. No doubt about it. 2 have been used by a lot of drivers. I don't think Jeff Berger's had to use 1 all race, so that's going to come into play very late in this race for sure.
Again, another trip to pit lane, which is not what I expected to see. I'm not exactly sure what they're gaining out of this. They still can't make it to the end on fuel, so I don't know why they're offering to give up track position just like that. I would be staying on the racetrack all the way until I need to come to pit lane.
Well, I guess you can go ahead, Connor.
We were going to say the same thing, I think. There was no reason to not pit there, but everyone was involved in that wreck. Obviously, everyone's going to come down to pit road when you see that many cars caught up in a wreck. I think that's what Vinian was going to say, but no reason not to pit there.
Yeah, I think that, and also I think too what the pitting does give them, it gives them more options. For example, they don't have to come in at a certain lap. They can stay out a little bit longer, and potentially if a caution comes out, it could put them in a slightly better spot than if they ran out a little bit sooner, had to come down in and pit. And it just gives you more options, I guess. But again, their downside is being put further back in the back. But as Connor's saying, when everyone comes down pit road, kind of might as well make a trip down just to, even if you need to fix your car, obviously fix your car. But if you want to get some more fuel in the tank, might as well.
Yeah, I think you're right, Finney. I think it's extending that range that the options open up to about lap 180 essentially is what your pit window would be now, so you can make it all the way to 20 to go, and that's typically when things pop off. So you open up your options, as you said, Finian, but otherwise I don't really see much reason to come to pit lane other than, as Connor mentioned, everyone else did, so why not? No real reason to, no real reason not to, so just make the decision or don't at that point.
Oh, so it looks like the 28 car, this is interesting, the 28 car is out in front but didn't get the wave around. So
lights are off on the pace car, so it doesn't really make much sense.
Yeah, and the big concern, not really it being a lap car, but more so the car having damage in the front of the field. So this could get interesting on this restart.
You should get a manual wave here. No, I mean, why
might
wouldn't
just be that. Oh, I don't know. Might just be that they're telling him to pass and he's just not. I'm not quite sure. Now Miles Morse is passing the pace car.
Oh boy, it looks like there's definitely some confusion about where some drivers are supposed to be.
You're doing an Indianapolis start 3 wide?
I don't know if we really want to do that. No, we had our opportunity. I think we did have some 3 wide in the back with some restarts. But
now Miles Morse is being scored as the race leader. I don't know why that would be the case.
Yeah, I don't know. Well,
No
yeah, he is as confused as I imagine race officials are. So, I mean, he's gonna have to stick with it. And iRacing's telling him to sit there. He's got to sit there. Doesn't really have a choice.
Sam Kohlhaas has been put sort of the back of the single file line of people who pit coming to 1 to green. So I guess we will restart here in this order.
So Miles Morse, Jeff Bergener, Keith Fallen, and Eli Raposa, the front 2 rows. Green flag back in the air here, just over 60 laps to go.
Tyler Burton said in the chat that last crash hurt. I think the other big 7 that you got caught up in might have hurt as well. None of your doing, unfortunately. It was good to see you ride up there for so long and persevere. That was tough. I would have loved to see him get a top 10, but right now we'll watch the top 10 currently. Miles Morse leads this one.
This pack is making me nervous. Lots of big pushes happening here. And a big checkup. Couple car. Oh, there they go again.
Oh, there it is. They're gonna save it for now. That's an intimidating move on the Intimidator there.
Yeah, this is the tricky part in when you have such a big wreck like that. You're trying to have all these guys trying to figure out how damaged their car is, and trying to just stick with the pack as best they can. But for some people, their cars just cannot keep up the speed and get incidents like that. But so far, so good. Everyone's trucking along.
we had that conversation earlier after the first couple crashes. Is everyone didn't know how they were racing, didn't know how others around them would race, and they also didn't know or didn't have a good idea of their damage level compared to the people around them. So it was just a moment of learning after every restart which drivers are, severely handicapped from the engine standpoint and which are okay.
Let's see, we got about 8 horses left in this race. The rest of them have had their legs broken.
At least. I think there's a few concussions that have been...
Oh, definitely a couple concussions, that's for sure. Across the line now, 59 laps to go, and they're beginning to click down relatively quick here. Again, everyone will still have to hit pit lane one more time, but getting into that window, that's what everyone's focusing on now. The 14 car almost got turned in turn 1.
The incident that almost happened, that was Jason Underwood, and the driver passing him was Philip Martin. And Philip Martin we've seen be aggressive on the bumper a lot tonight, so at the end of the day, it wasn't too much of a surprise. Trying to stay with the lead pack because he doesn't look too damaged, but he's in P10 now, all on his own.
Stoney Benfield just hit pit lane. He was on the lead lap, but he's on pit road now. And will probably go a lap down in this sequence. Still keeping an eye on this 88 car, Derek Line. Another car that has just been quietly sitting inside the top 10 almost all night. Started back in 27th, drove forward, and once he drove forward, he has stayed there.
Yeah, that's a really solid climb up. Curious to see what he's going to do. Whoa, big checkup.
Oh, crash in the front. There they go, the leader.
Jeff Berger involved, and that's pretty much the entire first pack. And here comes more drivers trying to slow up and get by it.
Oh, boy. And just like that.
Yeah, this had an interesting beginning, to say the least.
Just talking about how Bergner wasn't using his fast repairs, and there we go.
Well,
you're going to watch the 21 here. He's going to try to make a pass. He's going to be on the yellow line, go below the yellow line.
And he tried.
And gets hooked right in the wall.
He tried to force his way back up, and he wasn't clear. He went below the yellow line, 2 tires below it on his own, and then tried to force his way back up using his bumper. It's just no reason to really be doing that at this point. I know he's been the dominant car, but you have over 50 laps to go at this point. You're just destroying cars for no reason at this point.
Yeah, like on the last lap, I can kind of understand a move like this. But, yeah, like you said, with 60 laps to go, probably not the smartest move.
And it's surprising, too, because he's been one of the more consistent drivers, be able to hold his line and all that. He's been very patient, and over 50 laps to go, he makes this bonsai move to the bottom. 2 tires, you can see right there, below the line. That's why we saw the one driver go below, because he was just following the line. And then right here, he forces his way above, and the 13 is just not giving room.
Yeah, so
because he's not expecting him to be there.
To clarify, he might be able to argue that he had room before he went down there. Now, here's the kicker: it doesn't matter if you get forced down there or not. It is still the driver's responsibility, who is on the yellow line or below it, to safely re-enter the racetrack. Whether or not they were forced there, it is still on the inside driver to rejoin the racetrack safely. The 21 did not do that. The 21 is at fault for this incident.
I just don't think there's really a debate on it. The 21 is the only reason that wreck even happened was because of the position he put himself in. And even if he gets clear of the 13, he's pretty much forced drivers to follow him to stay in the momentum of the line. There's not much else anyone else could do because you don't want to really lift in that situation. And what's the 13 of Miles Morse supposed to do? He's holding... He might not have been on the double yellow line, but he was still on the bottom line, and he did not give a car width to go down there.
Yeah, I think
pretty much just got ambushed.
I think the reason for clarification is that some may argue that he had a car width there, then didn't by the time he got fully alongside. I just think at the end of the day, no matter what happens, no matter how you get down there, it is still on you to rejoin safely, and the 21 did not do that. So regardless of anybody's opinion on how he got down there, coming back up, obviously, that was a big mistake and cost a lot of people a chance at a win.
We'll have to see who's out of this race at this point. More fast repairs being used. Like I was saying, 21 didn't have to use one. Well, he forced himself to use one that time. Car's clean now, and he will be able to continue. Devin Rogers has retired. I think he was in that lead pack, so it's at least one person who was out of this one.
It has been a tough one here today, but we'll all remember the reason why we are here today is not to just race for the sake of racing. We are here for the Military and Veteran Gamers nonprofit charity to raise money for the Military and Veteran Gamers nonprofit charity. Again, there's a link in the description and in the YouTube chat to donate and be a part of the solution. Give it a go. We heard from Jordan earlier from the charity and had a great conversation with him, albeit a short one. But glad to have him join us and glad to have the charity watching tonight, being a part of this awesome activation. But with that said, there is a race happening, and we are just over 50 laps to go in our 200-lap, 500-mile Military and Veteran Gamers 500. Kyle Heyer alongside Connor Horn and Finian DeCuna for at least a little while longer as we approach the final quarter of this race. Guys, take a pick. At this point, it's anybody's race. It has been all night long, but is there anybody that's still left that stands out?
I'm still going Gary Eschen. He was at the front for a long portion of this race, and I think this has sort of been by design. He's been staying at the back, just keeping it clean, not trying to get caught up in these wrecks. He's kept the clean car. He's still out there in the 10th position. He's my pick.
Well, I think it would be unwise to choose a Toyota. There's only a couple of them, and none in the top 10.
One.
Yeah, one left. It's Raposa in the 14. I think the next driver on my list, I think you'd have to look at the 46 of Philip Martin. He has been aggressive. He has been in the mix, and he no longer has the wingman of the 21 that he was following the entire middle portion of this race. He has not led a single lap yet, but they don't give you points and a trophy for leading lap number 146. They give that trophy on lap 200.
I don't know who I'm going to pick. I haven't been here long. I've been here for maybe about 20 laps racing.
Plenty of time.
Yeah. Let's see. Wait, go to the white shot.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
I'll pick the leader. Why not?
Wow.
Geyser.
All right. Great pick.
48.
Well, he's led more laps than my leader has picked.
Who could have thought?
All right. Time to go racing. 54 laps to go. Green flag back in the air. Thomas Geyer out front. Dustin Logston, Tony Carpenter, Jeremy Stanley, and now Caleb Clinard, the top 5 as we storm towards turn 1.
Thomas Geyer in the race lead. Don't know if it's Geyer or Geyer. If I'm mispronouncing that, I apologize. But he started all the way back outside the top 30. He's worked his way to the race lead, but not for long. Dustin Logston, he's been aggressive tonight, and he's been pretty fast with his teammate Jeremy Stanley on the outside. They'll motor to the race lead.
Now these teammates, they were involved in a crash not too long ago, but ooh, that's a little dicey. The 48's going to squeeze up the inside of Stanley into turn 3. Tony Carpenter going to try to follow through, but the teammates get split here with the 48 splitting the difference.
Slowly going back to single file. Curious to see how much long this is going to last. See if someone else is going to try to make a move. Or unless, do you think, guys, that they're probably after that wreck, do you think maybe they're going to take it a little bit easy for the next 20 or so laps?
Absolutely not. It is going to ramp up from here to the end. It's been a bloodbath all day long. I don't think that's going to change.
I think we would have done that 130 laps ago, Finney.
Yeah, we're going to haze the new guy just a little bit. I joke because Finian's been around with us for all 4 years of operation, but short time tonight. But as Connor said in the chat, a Wreckfest for a cause is still good, is a good use of time as we roll through 3 and 4, closing in on 50 laps to go.
Logan Detweiler said in the chat, we are going to tie the record for most Daytona 500 yellows soon enough. I think the record was the 2011 one. You think it's the 2012 one, but I think it's the 2011 one with about 16 or 15 yellows, and we're 1 away from tying them.
Yeah, we are 1 yellow away, and my prediction is that we get there. 50 laps is a long time around Daytona International Speedway, and there's still enough cars kicking to make some chaos at the end here.
The over-under question is over-under, are we going to get more than 1 yellow? The one option's yes, and the other option's yes, but in yellow.
Oh, man, that's a deep cut for the meme people, man. I like that. Well, Dustin
Liam was here.
Yes.
The memes would be insane.
Oh, Liam. As we come out of turn 4, Dustin Logston's leading the first laps, but he has led all race long.
It's kind of surprising because, excuse me, we've seen a lot of those teammates, him, Jeremy Stanley, and a few others that started this race. They worked together so well, but they just haven't had the track position until now.
Saw Philip Martin in the back. Looked like he was trying to make a move out of line, but he's going to be shuffled on back. And now the 16 of Carpenter. Not sure if he decided he wanted to get out of lane or got kind of forced out of lane.
Well, he's going to lose the draft. He was way out of groove in turn 1 and 2, and now that 46 takes a big run forward, but where to?
Not really anywhere to go. Look at the guy on his inside. Matthew Catania has been involved in numerous wrecks, but he's persevered, and he finds himself just outside the top 5. They might lose the lead pack now, though, because him and Philip Martin have spent too much time side by side.
Man, this car has the history of Matt Crafton's dirt track racing chassis, the one that was built in 1996 and had been used for 30 years. This car has been through the ringer a whole bunch of times tonight, been involved in 5 or 6 different unique crashes. And here he is in the top 5 with 50 laps to go in position. I don't think that car is capable of winning if it gets out into clean air, but it could if things go wrong in front of him.
Another pass below the yellow line. Gary Eschen that time. The two drivers who have been dominant making the aggressive moves. And once again, it was Miles Morse who was at the hands of these drivers, I guess not happy with how the 13th's not holding that double yellow and making them pay for it.
Well, I'll tell you one thing is that it is certainly the house arrest that Miles Morse is putting everybody on tonight. He's taking matters into his own hands. A little bit of, what's the word I'm looking for?
Vengeance?
No, the word that, like when you're a cop, but you're not really a cop, you're like a vigilante. Vigilante justice on Miles Moore's part tonight.
It's the last thing that was on my mind.
It's a pretty good analog, I have to say. That was not a terrible analogy.
The analog?
Oh boy, slow car, and everybody scatters.
Look
out.
Gosh. That was Billy Hensley, who's been trucking along for a while as well. My goodness, about 30 miles per hour slower than a lead pack, and he's got more drivers to pass him soon.
Yeah, I'm sure the guys in the back had a heart attack probably, because I'm sure they were like, oh, why is everyone moving up the lane?
I had a heart attack. How could they not have a heart attack?
Like little
this. Oh my gosh.
Jump scare, NASCAR style.
More drivers coming up on him. That's not going to go well. Wrecking in the second pack. Gary Eschen's involved. Miles Morse. They caught the Billy Hensley machine, and they could not avoid.
Oh, looks like we're still green for now.
Yes, we are.
How long this is going to last, though, as the 13 gets back towards the racing surface? Looks like we will remain green.
Billy Hensley on the apron. He'll work his way back up, and I suppose he'll stay on track.
Through 3 and 4. And I like what I'm seeing now out of the two teammates here, because they've got a car sandwiched in between them, and at any moment they've broken this gap down to Caleb Clinard. They've expanded that to 1.4 seconds. And if they can control this race at any moment, they can just hook up and leave the 48 in the dust.
Yeah, for these teammates right now, this would be win insurance if they could just work this out into their favor.
Is that a progressive policy I can get?
You'd have to check with Flo. I have no clue.
Win insurance, that's a pretty, I bet the premium on that's pretty high. Oh boy, that was really tight to that rear bumper.
And that would be wreck insurance, what he's going for.
I'm sure if everyone here had insurance, the insurance company would go bankrupt.
Yep.
Very quickly.
That'll happen.
Trying to look. What that incident with the one machine did, it split up the lead pack into 2 groups of 3. Logston, Geyer, and Stanley have broken away. Caleb Clinard in that damaged machine leads Matthew Catania and Philip Martin. They're trying to put up decent lap times. At least last time by, they were over a second slower. So those 3 at the front are going to just start to rocket away.
It's just crazy to think of the days that a couple of these drivers have had. 34th to 2nd, 26th to 1st, 14th to 3rd, 25th to 4th. It has been a wild day, and a lot of drivers from a lot of different places in the grid have advanced forward. Also, let's not count out 21, who's been a dominant force. I know he's on his own right now, but we will probably have another yellow. He has his car repaired, and he knows how to move forward. So let's not count out the 21 just yet. I think it's too early to do that.
Well, he is definitely going to need a caution because, I mean, there's only so much you can do by yourself, and he is kind of dropping like a rock piece. I think, what, 25 seconds behind the leaders and dropping. So he's going to have to find a partner or either, you know, have his arm feel a little bit tired. Or arm itchy, sorry, his arm a little bit itchy.
Don't you even know the NASCAR lore?
Apparently I don't.
That could have gone a different way than I was. Man, I got my mind in the gutter as we roll through 3 and 4.
I mean, he can.
I didn't think that.
Not
Oh boy.
The thing is, we're running out of places to have yellows. Every pack's getting smaller and smaller. The lead pack is only 3 at this point. Speaking of that lead pack, they're picking up another teammate, Kenneth Bishop. But the packs are getting smaller. This might be the biggest pack, and it's only 4 cars. The second pack is only, I don't even see the second pack, but the first pack is the biggest pack of 4 cars. You really don't have many opportunities for yellow at this point.
Well, if I'm the 48, I am feeling very outnumbered right now. But you're going to have to act like a pseudo teammate for the next. And here we go, jump scare again, the same car once more.
Oh boy.
But if you're the 48, I think you just have to be an honorary teammate for the next 30 or 40 laps. I think you just got to kind of work with these guys, a little bit of co-opetition. And then when it gets to lap 190, 195, then you start getting creative and figure out how to make the teammates wreck each other.
If there was a way for it to end, I suppose.
You put a Penske decal on them is what you do.
I think a lot of people are wearing Penske decals the way they're doing.
Hey, throwing those blocks, man. Sometimes you got to throw that block, and sometimes you got to do it on lap 37. I'm kidding, but it's all in the name of fun. But 1 and 3 are teammates, and the 4 car that's at the back of this is Jason. Oh, nope, it's not. It is
Kenneth Bishop.
Thank you. Cars that are labeled not according to their sim number. I don't think he's going to be able to stick with these front 3. I think he's got a little bit of damage.
He's trying his best.
I don't see much damage on it, to be honest.
He's struggling to keep up with him, that's for sure.
That's what happens at the back of the pack, though. It's just something with these next-gen cars. If you don't hold a line, if you're just offline compared to the pack ahead of you, you just don't have the pace of those guys. Kenneth Bishop, he actually didn't start this race. I think I noted this earlier. He missed the start. He started about 7 laps down, or maybe a little bit more. He's consistently been steady in this race. He's all the way up to 15th for persevering, but it's just probably not enough time to get on the lead lap.
Jeremy Stanley breathing just a little bit, sticking the nose out into the clean air. And this is when you're going to start worrying about those engine temps just a little bit, because when there's fewer cars, you're more willing to get closer to the car in front of you, and you don't have to drive so conservatively. And with that, you can raise your engine temps without even knowing it and put yourself in a bad situation. Meanwhile, that second group, 4 through 6, that's Caleb Clinard, Matthew Catania, and Philip Martin. And then behind them, it's a 2-car pack with Tony Carpenter and Keith Fallon. And they are currently going a lot slower than the front 4, who are the quickest cars on the racetrack. Front 3, I should say. Quickest cars on the racetrack by a second last time by.
But funny enough, they are actually faster than that pack of 3, Clinard, Catania, and Martin. Faster by about half a second last time by. As you can see how damaged Caleb Clinard is. And to be honest, there's not much they can do about it, because I think all 3 of them are damaged. Martin may be damaged the least, but all of them with damage. Those 3 cars with damage, I guess, is not equal to 1 car with damage, and actually both those cars are damaged. Everyone's damaged. I can't even keep up, but they're going half a second faster, Fallon and Carpenter right now.
And again, this is now an interesting moment in the race, because your fuel window is open now. You can make it to the end on fuel from here. Will anybody come earlier, or do you just run this tank out and pit a little later, Kyle?
I think you run it out. We've seen drivers top off. I think we saw them top off last with about 60 laps to go. And at that point, you can run it out to maybe around somewhere between 180 and 185.
11 pit stops for Dustin Logston.
That's a lot. That's almost more pit stops than I'm probably going to make in the 24.
Wow.
Well, if you don't keep it on track, maybe.
Yeah, that's true.
What I was trying to say is these guys last pit with about 60 laps to go in the race, and these tanks can go about 40 to 45 laps, so they might hit 15, 20 laps to go. They probably won't have to take a full fuel tank. Pair that with maybe not taking tires. You save yourself a lot of time doing that.
So if this race goes green all the way to the end, about 29 minutes of racing remaining. We're getting down to the very end of this. And approaching the 3-hour mark now.
3 hours at Daytona?
Yeah.
24 hours of circles.
Oh boy, I hope that never happens ever. I hope
It's
that's never an
happened.
idea. Please tell me it has not.
It's another charity event, though. Miata's at Martinsville. I don't know if you've heard of Moonhead
God.
Streams. the Moonhead streams, he does a lot of meme stuff, but the 24-hour Miata race in Lawrenceville he does is a great event for charity. I think it happened in about November or December, and it went exactly how you'd expect, but it's a good thing for charity.
I think we should offer $10,000 and of some money that I get from Not Me, and put F1 cars at Bristol, make it a 25-hour race.
I was about to say, we don't have that budget yet, Kyle.
Well, we can. And F1 cars at Bristol, 25 hours, no fast repairs. And we'll split the 10 grand evenly amongst the top 3, but they all have to finish on the lead lap.
Oh, reckon turn 3, Matthew Catania has been spun around, and he's going to come back into the line. They're going to avoid him, those two, but the yellow flag is out.
All right, well, that solves the pit stop problem. Everyone to come to pit lane this time through. Let's see what happened to the 22.
I was just about to say it was going to get interesting to see when these guys come on down.
Philip Martin again with the bump. We've seen him so aggressive with the bump drafting, and it finally bit him. And unfortunately, Matthew Catania was the innocent driver in that. Just got on the right rear. We were expecting that to happen with Martin.
Again, there's got to be something up with these cars and the way that they feel the drivers, because again, this was to me incredibly obvious that was going to be a crash, right? I mean, there was 3 or 4 seconds that everyone had a chance to back off and not make that a collision, but it just seems like people are driving right into these, and I almost just wonder if there's something inherent about the car that makes you think you're clear when you're not.
Well, the thing, when you're getting pushed, the only thing I don't know, I mean, it's still more on the pusher, no doubt about it, but with these next-gen cars, when you're getting bumped like that, you're not as stable as you were in a Gen 6. You could almost feel your rear tires being picked up off the ground. You can see Catania just out of control. He really has no control over the car. He's trying to keep it straight, but Philip Martin has him all jacked up and giving him no control over his car, and Martin just never lifted to give him a chance to recorrect it.
Well, another one bites the dust. Catania, I am certain that car has no more opportunities to get repaired. So that will probably be the end of his night.
I think we've seen crazier. I wouldn't put it past him.
Well, you know who this helps massively? This guy right here.
It's going to be a big break for him, no doubt. And it's really a big break for a lot of drivers who were kind of floating around on their own with no one to draft with, risking a green flag pit stop on their own. And we're not even going to have to worry about that to the end of this race at this point. Everyone's going to be able to make it from here. No green flag pit stops today. No big pack green flag pit stops, excuse me.
Here is a look at our race recap thus far. 165 laps in, 36 laps to go. 16 cautions for a total of 42 laps. 16 cautions now ties the 2011 Daytona 500. We've had 11 leaders and 12 lead changes.
I say we shoot for 17.
I would say not.
It is unique to have a plate race where you have more cautions than leaders, or lead changes, I should say. But
that is more on the. That's not really. I don't know. I don't have to explain it. The next gen car. It's not even just.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Is the next gen car just doesn't seem to give you the same ability to pass that the Gen 6s did.
It doesn't give you the ability to be in a pack really because of how aero sensitive everything is now. You have to be single file or else you're 10 miles per hour slower. Race out of pit road. That was Jeremy Stanley winning it.
How dare you guys berate the next gen car after all the hard work that probably 5 people from NASCAR were put into it.
We like what we're seeing, Finian. We like what we're seeing.
They created a car that was literally incompatible with the 550 package they wanted. They were forced to go like 670 because 550 just didn't work.
I wish just throw 900 back on it.
They had all the right ideas with the chassis too. Like it just needs to be paired with, I don't know.
No, honestly, like I'm honestly convinced to give this thing a bigger motor and brakes a lot better. Because like you mentioned, a lot of the stuff under the hood they did is pretty good, except the main thing under the hood. Let that thing starve power. And I'm curious what the 450 on the Super Speeders is going to look like. It's going to be better or worse.
I just, in an alternate universe, I'd really love to see them continue with the package power reductions, and we'll just be racing 100 horsepower just all the way down to just racing lawnmower engines like Briggs & Stratton 4 horsepower.
Oh my god. It takes like 2 minutes to like do a lap.
But the race distances don't change. So the Coca-Cola 600 is still going to be the longest race of ever. Instead, it's just going to be the 24 hours of Coca-Cola 600.
Oh boy. 1 to green. 43 cars leading the race. That's Jeremy Stanley. Then Dustin Logston, Philip Martin, Caleb Clinard, Thomas Geyer, the rest of the top 5, then Tony Carpenter. And where is everybody else? They are catching back up.
I was going to say catching back up. How many cars do we have on the lead lap?
We have a total
11.
of 9 on the lead lap.
I see. I think there was 9. I think there's some drivers who might have left the race who were on the lead lap. I think Catania was still on the lead lap, but he has called it a night.
Yes, 9 on the lead lap. There are 2 drivers 1 lap down. Matthew Catania is a 3rd, but again, that car is, for better or for worse, headed to Dale Jr.'s graveyard.
If you could have a virtual graveyard, this might have a special spot. Trying to look at the running order. If I'm those top 2, those teammates, they work so hard to get up there, I'd be concerned about that green and yellow 46 behind you, Philip Martin.
He's going to drop the hammer.
Well, he's been aggressive, that's for sure. And we are approaching 30 laps to go. And that was basically the time I said was go time earlier.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, with no pit stops left, I mean, there's really nothing left that you guys have to save. I mean, I guess unless you're anticipating a green-white checkered. But
at this point, a green-white checkered, you're going to be pretty good on fuel at this point. The only thing you might want to save is if you have an extra faster pair left, you're going to try to keep that to the very end. Someone like Jeff Bergner, who at least has 1 left.
Time to go racing once more. Running out of cars, running out of laps, running out of time. Green flag back in the air here at Daytona. Jeremy Stanley and Dustin Logston, the 2 teammates out front. 1 car way below the line. We've fallen.
No, that is Eric Kohlhaas.
I think Keith was below the line. I think Kohlhaas also was. Come out of turn 2. Here comes that 21 with a big head of steam. Again, without the damage that all the other cars have, he should be in a good position to make up some ground as we have cars scattering on the backstretch.
Derek Lyon got blocked below the line there. He had a big run, and I think that was Caleb Clinard with all his damage trying to block, and contact was made. Everyone saves it, though. And now we got a different situation going on here. Teammates at the front, something we haven't seen all day. How will the drivers third on back react to this? Will they try to get away from them as quickly as possible?
Yeah, it looks like the guys are trying to make a pass work. It looks like they were trying to get something to work. Maybe just a fake out by the 21. He's going to move up to the inside, steal another spot as he inches and crawls his way up the order.
Four cars nose to tail, and the 5th car in line is Bergener, who's got a big run from Gary Eschen, and this was a duo that we saw earlier in the race. Connor, this is a dangerous duo to have together. They're going to jump to the outside lane. The 46 sees it coming, but is he going to get blocked? Or be the blocker, rather, on the 21? It looks like he will.
Geyer stays to the inside line. No momentum. Each line, those top 2 are going to be able to get away just a little bit. That could be a bad thing if the right drivers clear this line.
And the 2 teammates, look at this, taking the opportunity to drive away. And here comes the chaos at the exit of turn 2 again, the 21 and 46. I don't think the 21 wants to be behind anybody. He was stronger out front. Will he push the 46 forward?
They doesn't really have much of a choice, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, you don't really want to go to the inside line. Really.
Oh, is 46 going to leave him out to dry? It looks like he's kind of, stuck if he wants to leave him out to dry or not.
Big run from the 16. Where is he going to go?
Past everyone. That's where he's going to go.
Oh, 21's going to just slot himself in line. As mentioned, yeah, going to have a slingshot, but immediately going to start falling back with no help from behind. There he goes.
Yeah.
See that.
Big run, but nowhere to go with it. No help.
Bit of a jump scare again. There's Billy Hensel.
He's getting his camera time 29 laps down, that's for sure.
Hey, top 20. He's been able to motor along another trooper of the race. 28 laps down. He is getting that top 20, no doubt about it.
So now under 30 laps to go. About 20 minutes if this race were to go green. That means that it is go time. So at this point, I think I'd want to be gathering control of the race somehow. If I'm the 2 race leaders, I like where I'm at. I got a teammate behind me if I'm Logston. I got a teammate in front of me if I'm Stanley. I like where we're at. If I'm Bergener, I am going to be doing everything I can to grab spots now and defend, because we've seen how tricky it is to pass. I think you're better off leading the race and blocking and defending versus trying to make passes, Finian.
Yeah, big run. Oh, I thought he was going to maybe try to do something with it. Unfortunately, he's going to stick in behind the 46. Unless he's going to try to push 46 up to the front. 46 tries to go high. Maybe they thought miscommunication there. I think they thought maybe we were going to go high. We're going to stick there for now.
Well, they weren't really close enough to make that move yet. You really want to time that for out of a corner, but they were in the middle of a corner trying to go to the outside of someone. You're going to give up all your momentum every time you do that, as this pack was spread out. They're all back together again. Top 7 have broken away from Caleb Clinard and the rest.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a key moment here, because I think Bergener, we're gonna see he's either going to be content where he is and push the 46, or he's going to try to duke out the 46 and beat him and try to be the leader of that outside groove. I don't really know how he's going to get there, though, because he doesn't have enough momentum behind him to push him forward. He seems pretty stuck right now, and I know he doesn't want to be here.
I think the one thing these drivers are going to have, third on back, these drivers are going to have to communicate is when to leave these 2 out. If all 5 of them get away from an inside line, I don't think there's any reason why they shouldn't be able to pass those teammates. 5 against 2 in these next-gen cars is pretty unstoppable. Martin's trying to get something going, but they just don't have the run.
It's kind of running up the hill in the corners, and that's what's killing momentum. If they entered the corner high and then pulled the car down low and built some speed, that might work. But here they come now. A little bit of momentum, the 46 and the 21. Can they get to the 48 and side draft just a little bit? Now the 46 gathers some speed and pulls even with Geyer on the inside line.
But now they lost a lot of distance to the next 2 cars, the teammates up ahead, which I think is going to be tough for them. I mean, they could try to just leapfrog past the driver on the inside lane. And they're slowly trying to make that attempt, trying to get past Martin. Or sorry, trying to get past Geyer on the inside.
Also lost a driver. Gary Eschen, I don't think he does have a faster pair left, so he's not able to keep up with those guys. He will fall back to Derek Line and Kenneth Bishop. Those 2 are kind of tandeming, trying to make some ground up. They actually ran decent times, but not times fast enough to catch the lead pack.
Coming to 25 laps to go. At 20 to go, the ticker will change over and count them down. And inside the cockpits, the blood pressure will be going up. As you've waited over 3 hours, closing in on 3.5 hours, to have your opportunity to win a 200-lap, 500-mile race at Daytona, and you're going to pull out all the stops to do it. There's money on the line, too. Not a whole lot, of course, with most of the proceeds going to the Military and Veteran Gamers nonprofit charity, but there is still some. You could triple your entry fee money by winning the race.
Just how long is everyone going to wait to make any sort of move on these top 2? I'd say when does Stanley try something, but I think that's only for out of turn number 4 when they're absolutely sure that one of those 2 drivers would win.
I think, if you want to win the race, I know the teammates will act differently than everyone else, but if you want to win the race, we've always said, and this is true in the Gen 6 era as well, at least for a while, that you can't wait until the last lap to make a pass. I think unless you're building a huge amount of momentum from a group behind you that's all working together, you've got to be ready to go and make your move with 5 or 3 laps to go. You wait to that white flag, it's game over. Different if you're the teammates, though. You've got more control over the race, more control over the situation, and it doesn't really matter who wins, because one of you will come home with a trophy.
Yeah, I'm sure they're talking through the game plan right now, what's going to happen. As soon as the second lane starts to form up, one of them is just going to go up there and try to block, and whatever happens, I guess, at that point. But they have a lot of control having those front 2 cars in the front of the pack. These next 4 and behind, they kind of almost got to communicate with themselves. It's going to be hard, easier said than done. They're all in different Discord channels or not in Discord at all, so they're going to have to try to find a way to communicate some sort of game plan to get ahead of these top 2, because as you mentioned, they're going to need a few laps to get it done and a few laps to make it work. So they're going to have to start get started sooner rather than later.
One thing you need, I don't think you're going to be able to make any sort of move when you're staying packed up tightly in a line like this. One of those drivers, either Guy or Fallen, one of them, maybe lay back a little bit. You have a push behind you. You just generate a run and then sort of try to slingshot your way to the top. That could work, but staying in line right now, bumper to bumper, I don't see how you make that move happen.
Oh, big push from the 21 to the 46. And did
Whoa.
he? Whoa! I heard an engine blow somewhere on the racetrack. I thought it was the 21, but it was not. It was someone sitting in the pits, I think.
It was not Billy Hensley. Believe it or not. It wasn't Gary Eschen.
Well, very squirrely there, trying to push. Like, it looks like they're testing the waters here. Just laying back and then
I like this.
Pushing with a head full of steam, trying to test out. And this is exactly like you mentioned. This is exactly what they need to start doing, testing the water, see how much of a run they can get.
They got a pretty big one right now.
Oh,
5 miles per hour faster than Keith Fall. But they just can't stay hooked up. Thing about these next-gen cars, they don't line up well enough to do that for a long period of time.
Yeah, the bumpers are actually rounded. You can see here, and the 46 has some damage, but they're actually rounded. So when you have the front bumpers pushing, it's going to push the car one way or the other. So you really have to nail it straight on, and if you don't, it's going to send the car sideways.
Yeah, with the Gen 5 was flat in the front, flat in the back. With the Gen 6 was flat, curved in the front. And now with the next gen car, it's curved in the front and the back, which, as you mentioned, this really does not lead to a good combo when it comes to pushing. It's possible, very hard to do, and a lot of times ends with the driver in the wall.
But again, I like that Philip Martin and Jeff Burgeon are testing. They're playing around with momentum and runs, because if you can build a big enough run to at least pass a car, you put yourself in position now. You're using your position on the racetrack to teach yourself how to go forward later in the race. And that is a good use of time here as we click off with 20 laps to go next time by.
My goodness. I don't know if anyone else was scared. Jason Underwood trying to get out of the way. Almost came back up the racetrack, but everyone got by. And this is really just smart by these two to experiment like that. They're not going yet. They're just experimenting, kind of testing the water, seeing their limits. Hopefully they don't go over their limits, but they know they can get away with what they can.
That's a really big push. Watch that corner, and Bergner backs off. Vinny, you felt that too.
Yeah, definitely felt that. I'm most curious of how the temps of that 21's looking. I'm sure he's trying to give it enough time for it to cool off, but the big thing is how long is he going to be able to push that 46? Is it going to be enough to really get to the front, clear the leaders? Or is he going to start to run out of steam just due to the engine getting too hot?
Well, they're not really going anywhere right now, so I'm not sure that all that pushing is doing them any good. And maybe they need to swap and change who's leading this pack. Maybe it's the fact that the 46 is leading and not the 21.
I think an issue with it as well is we haven't really seen tandems do all that much in a pack on the outside line. I really think you need 3 cars up there to do something. Like if Keith Fallen's able to get up there.
Oh, slide. The 48 car, big moment in the middle of the corner, and he gathered it back up, but that car was all sorts of sideways.
I don't know how he was able to save that. That was insane. I haven't really seen that type of slide in a corner. That's what we were talking about. These next-gen cars, they just don't have the handleability that the Gen 6 cars or any car in the past really had. It's just a completely new challenge.
Handleability, that's a new one. I like it, though. Descriptive.
Very descriptive. I don't know if I can do that, but I'll try.
18 laps to go. The clock is ticking down very quickly, but the 2 leaders are teammates, and again, I like the position that they're in as well. They've got control over this. Ooh, big run from Keith Fallen, but nowhere to go with it on the rear bumper of Geyer.
Ooh, look out. Here comes Hensley again.
Yeah, pushed them way up the racetrack that time, making them work for it.
Yeah, I wonder maybe they can, the guys in behind, when they catch that lap car again, maybe try to time that, use the lap car as a pick when everyone's kind of discombobulated and start to get together and go.
That's a pretty good idea. I just don't know if the execution is going to be able to be there. But as I was saying before, the slide by the 48 of Geyer, I really think you need a 3rd car up there like Keith Fallen to jump up with you guys and get a lot of momentum. Fallen, it looked like he wanted to go there, but he stayed back in line. I think these guys are going to wait pretty late. I don't know if that's the move, though.
I wanted to point out, and by this point we've killed off some of the momentum, but the speeds that these guys are doing, we're doing 197 through the corners. So that's why it's so hard to pass, is it's not only just the aerodynamics at play, everyone's just going so fast. These front 2 are in line so neatly that they're just sailing along right now and making it even harder to build a run because everyone's already at basically terminal velocity. They're just not that much faster that you can go even if you did have a run. And man, that 48 car is still sliding out of corners.
Yeah, that's concerning. Tires are going to get worn. Slips up the track again, really struggling to hold a line. I really wouldn't be surprised if Keith Fallen, when one of these times Bergner gets to him, he just goes with him to get the 48. away from in front of him. Can't do it there. That's the livery of the day on Ira Kohlhaas. But those two, every time they time a run, I think Fallen thinks more and more about going with them.
He's teasing it, but I just don't think that they've got enough. You see the 21 and 46 have switched positions now. The 21 might be stronger to the bottom of the racetrack now. Underneath Fallen, they touch, slide, and he's going to get forced off. And this time he learns his lesson and blends back in line.
That's not, it's learning your lesson, but it's also realizing you don't have enough faster pairs to do that.
Good call,
you don't get a free pass this time. I think he wanted to get another car out of his way there, and he tried to catch him by surprise, but he just can't do that. There's not enough room, and it's not a guarantee he's going to let you by.
Yeah, but Fallen left the door open, and you can't do that either. Here comes Bergener up the outside now and squeezes around as he doesn't have any momentum to do anything with it, though. Side draft City. Oh, they're going to touch again, and they crash.
I was going to say, they seem more concerned about each other rather than where they were going as far as ahead in the pack. Yeah, that's going to end with the 21 in the wall, and for now, his day's going to be done.
Yeah, this is just guys racing each other and not looking at the big picture. The 09 trying so hard to keep the 21 behind that they just end up crashing into each other, and the 21 turns down, and then they end up smashing into the wall. So that was two guys not looking at the big picture, and now Bergener gets the short end of the stick. We move back forward. It's a 3-horse race for first place, 14 to go, and now Geyer has got to be the upset with the two teammates out front.
Philip Martin, I don't think he's going to be able to stay with these guys. Mile per hour is dropping, so it is going to relegate this lead pack to only 3 cars, and 2 of them are teammates. It's going to be difficult for Thomas Geyer to do anything with those 2 now.
And Jeremy Stanley and Dustin Logston have this race in their palm. Now they just have to figure out how to execute on this and how not to give it away to Thomas Geyer. But without any help from behind, that 48 is not going to be able to really make any moves here unless he forces the 43 to go somewhere. And by that I mean shove him and shove him and shove him until he's got no space to fit behind that 51.
What's a 48?
Caution!
That was Bergener.
Well, was his arm itchy?
Well, the caution is out.
He just pit. He was exiting pit road.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting to see.
Tires get put on.
I think he got a faster pair as well. Puts tires on. He guns it.
Oh man!
He loops it there. This doesn't bring out the yellow. He did hit the inside wall. I think he's going to turn it back onto the track.
Right there. That's when
the
caution
yellow came out.
But you could argue that he knew that turning that on the track was going to cause the yellow, but he's a lap down and caused the caution, so that wasn't going to do him any good anyway.
I know it sounds crazy. I really don't think he meant to.
I don't think he necessarily meant to either. But even if he did,
well,
it's not going to help.
Well, he definitely made this a lot more interesting.
Well, it brings the 46 back into the mix. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure he's kind of glad that a caution came out. Got to get everyone back together, give himself a chance.
Puts Keith Fallen back into things as well. He actually didn't get too much damage from that encounter in turn 2. Caleb Clinard, Gary Estjen, forgetting all the pronunciations I've done all night out of nowhere. Tony Carpenter. I think those are the last drivers on the lead lap. That leaves us 8 cars. I don't think Berger's going to get the lucky dog because he was the cause of the incident, but if he didn't get any incident points for that, then maybe there's a possibility.
Here's a look at your race recap so far. 12 laps to go, 17 cautions for 44 laps, 12 leaders, 14 lead changes, and I'm sure Dustin Logston would like to keep that following stat exactly the same until the very end of the race. Do you hit pit lane if you're the front 2? Absolutely not. If you're third on back, why not?
Yeah, I mean, how many cars do you have on the lead lap?
Showing me 8. I could be wrong.
8 is correct.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, if you're not, the top 2, you might as well come on down because, is it going to matter too much at this point? Probably not. We'll see. 46 is going to go on down. See 1 or 2 more takers.
Bergener with him, who's already a lap down. And the rest are just laps down. Now Gary Estjen comes down as well. And Tony Carpenter. So about 3 or 4 who are on the lead lap. Half the drivers, just about.
Well, I can tell you one thing, that 46 car is going to be a missile on the restart, and I think you'd be silly not to jump up and take advantage of it on the restart here, Finian.
We'll see if he's going to be like a missile in speed, or if he's going to cause
an explosion,
cause a calamity.
Yes.
The word you're looking for. I think the word you're looking for is torpedo.
Yeah. Yes. Either way, a very, very fast, very streamlined aerospace device.
One person I'll point out here who just got the lucky dog from 9th is Derek Line. Saved a faster pair, fully clean car. He's going to bring it down to pit road. Don't speed, he doesn't. But clean car, he will be a lucky dog, so he should be at the back of the pack, but maybe get a yellow, avoid one. He could be a player here.
Well, I mean, the back of the pack is only even, he misses his pit box there. Even if he goes all the way to the back of the pack, it's still like 17th or 18th in line, which is 9 rows back, and a lot of those cars have absolutely no business staying on the racetrack. How much damage they've got, so he should be able to blow right by him anyway. I think it's going to be a bigger deal of once you get to the front, where do you go and who helps you?
The problem is he's going to be working through those slower cars. I think it's going to be a slightly bigger issue because he's going to have to work past them and then try to catch and stay with the lead pack, which is definitely going to be easy said than done. It's really hard to work through, or even just stay with the pack normally. It's already a challenge.
That's why I'm saying he's probably going to need some sort of yellow, because we've seen on restarts all night long, because we had a bunch of them, we've seen that it's sort of stack-up effects that are happening every single time, where you have about maybe the top 8 or 10 that are able to clear everyone, and then you have pretty much maybe 11th, 12th on back, just kind of scrambling to get up to speed because they were closing in on the front, and then they kind of had to check up, and then the front runners go, everyone else doesn't go, and it just causes a big stack up, and everyone loses momentum, and you can't keep up with the lead pack. So that's going to be the trouble for Derek Line here, just trying to stay with that and weave through all the trouble and all the mess that has been happening on this restarts.
All right, well, 10 laps to go. New picks. Connor, go ahead.
I don't see anyone really messing with Dustin Logston here. I haven't seen enough drivers able to get a run going. Well, if his teammate blinks out, I'll change my pick, but I'm going with Logston. I just haven't seen enough drivers lined up or teaming up to get by him. I think your sleeper is Philip Martin, obviously, but I don't think anyone knocks off this 54, excuse me.
Finian.
I think at this point it's probably not going to matter because there's probably going to be some sort of wreck coming to the line.
Yeah,
so it's going to be pretty much coin toss. I'll stick with the 48 because why not? But I'm not necessarily liking my odds. No offense to Gar, but
you want to pick on the final lap then?
I mean, that's probably the best. It's probably
Cross the
it's
line.
going to be better than picking now, I guess.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go with. I'm going to go out on a little bit of a limb, and I'm going to say that 88 car. I think he's got a brand new, fresh car. He's been up front. He knows how to get there. It's just a matter of how fast does he get there and how much help does he get from the cars around him. He's going to be the one storming through that last lap crash. Watch that 88 of Derek Line. All right, 10 laps to go, make it 9. Green flag back in the air. The Military and Veteran Gamers 500 only has 25 miles left.
This is going to get interesting. Logston's trying to help Stanley to keep him in the draft, but they're all lined up on the inside. Worst thing that could have happened, I was surprised Logston didn't take the top and keep them on the inside line, but they're going to be split.
Yeah, all the teammates lined up on the outside lane, at least trying to get themselves somewhat together so they can try to control this race, but now it's just Logston up by himself. No rear gunner in sight. Here comes 48, going to hit him in the bumper, give him a little bit of shove. He's got to be careful, though.
Into turn 3, nose to tail, Logston separated from his teammate. Stanley falls all the way back to 7th. He got picked up by his other teammate. That's the 4 of Jason, or the 25 of Kenneth Bishop. But through 3 and 4, Geyer is right up on the back of the 51.
Wreck in the back. Jason Underwood involved Jeff Bergner again. And another yellow is going to come out. Derek Line did get through that one.
And another one bites the dust.
Is this Bergner again?
Same
Yes, it
thing.
was.
Same thing. Yeah.
Right rear. And Underwood, nothing he could do.
Yeah, just a victim that time.
Yeah, he was trying to be aggressive, and aggressive didn't go around, but aggressive went flying into the wall.
Yes, Rick Allen. Yeah, again, just
turn left on him.
Yep.
Who was that who just barely shot through past the 4, right about here? My goodness, who was that?
Let's zoom out a little bit and have another look at it.
Yeah, very lucky.
The 16 car of Tony Carpenter. Let's have a look from on board here as he stormed through the wreck.
My goodness, that was a Heck of a job just getting through all that.
Yeah, he's kind of in the back. He's kind of minding his own business.
Sees a wreck. They're saying up the track, go low. Oh, he's coming down. Oh, my.
I'm on fire, Ricky Bobby. Or whatever the line is.
I think that movie would be over by now.
It probably. We are at 3.5 hours into the show here. 3 hours, 39 minutes into the broadcast.
We're halfway through the second showing.
I don't know. The second showing might be over. I don't remember how long that was. One thing I'll mention, I think the biggest part of that is Derek Line getting through all that. So he's not going to be at the back of the field. He's going to be lined up with all the leaders. So this changes the playing field for him.
Yeah, I like my pick. While we've got everybody under caution here, I do want to take a moment to ask a favor of everyone that's watching. If you're here and this is your first time watching SimTV, please do us a favor and drop a like while you're there, and maybe consider subscribing. We've got racing usually 2 to 3 days a week, all different varieties, open wheel, stock cars, sports car racing, and more. So hang around sometime and see what else we got on the plate for 2022. Going to be a blast. If you're going to head out to any GT World Challenge America events here in North America, I'll be there. If you're a Grid Life fan of the Midwest, then you'll see me there as well. And if you're in, North Carolina, go see Connor. If you're in Long Island, go see Finian.
Hi.
We're all over the place. All over the country. I'm based out of Chicago. We are SimTV. Thanks for joining us here tonight for the Military and Veteran Gamers 500. Another reminder that we are all here tonight to raise money for the Military and Veteran Gamers nonprofit charity. You can drop a donation. Anything helps in the video description at that link or at the top of the chat. I've pinned it here at YouTube. Big thanks for everybody for hanging out with us tonight, and appreciate everyone's support as we finish out this 500-mile race.
Yeah, I'm really coming down to the wire here. Essentially, I think after this, if a caution comes out, we're probably going to be in green-white checker territory.
I believe you'd be correct. We're going to go green with 5 laps to go. I think anything under 5 to go is going to pretty much bring out a green-white checkered situation here.
I think that's just about right. And Dustin Logston, again, is in a position of strength, but he does not have his teammate anymore. And again...
Yeah, I was sorry to cut you off. I was just really surprised by what happened on that restart. You know, I thought they were going to work together, but it seemed like they were trying to pick up Bishop in the back. And it didn't quite work out because now he's in by himself up in the front. And as mentioned, no rear gunner. He's going to have to kind of defend off the rest of the field. And so they went from having control of the race to now really pretty much being every driver for itself.
I don't really know if it was a mistake. Well, it was definitely a mistake, no doubt about that. But I don't think they were trying to pick up Bishop. I don't think they wanted to separate like that. I assume they figured that they'd restart 1-2 inside outside and they'd be able to get down, but that wasn't the case for Jeremy Stanley because he went all the way back to 7th. I just think if they communicated a little bit better, put Logston on the top and he can restart, and then Stanley could have let him in, they would be fine and wouldn't be in this predicament. But a little bit of miscommunication and just maybe not paying attention has split them up and has changed this race a little bit.
So we'll be restarting with 5 laps to go. And our presumption is if we go at least a lap, any caution that comes out would trigger the green-white checkered procedure. For those that are not familiar, the green-white checkered procedure means that we will extend the race until we can finish under green flag conditions. And we'll restart each time with a green flag lap followed by the final lap. If we get a caution before the white flag waves, we will throw the caution, add laps to the race, and try again. And if we get the white flag, whoever gets back to the stripe first will win the race. The iRacing does not throw caution flags once the white flag is thrown. So when that white flag comes out, it's all or nothing for every driver in the field. 5 laps to go here from Daytona in the Military and Veteran Gamers 500. Kyle Heyer alongside Connor Horde and Finian DeCuna. And green flag is back in the air. Dustin Logston sees 5 laps to go from the flag stand. Good run by Philip Martin. Pushing Keith Fallen through. Here comes Gary Eschen up the inside with a huge run. Splits the difference to 4th place.
But he's going to have no help. Stanley, they're going to
there they go.
Into a wall.
And there's going to be the yellow flag again.
Oh,
and
barefoot.
Eshin's going to be out unless he has a fast repair, or
I don't
is that
think he
that's the
does.
last one?
I don't think he had one left. I think that's it for him. Smoking in the infield. That might be it for Jeff Barefoot as well.
Well, I think Gary just got a little. Well,
I think a little overzealous, probably the word you're looking for.
yeah.
And try to put
Didn't leave
himself
room
back
for the
in line.
44 there. Yep. Did not leave room for the car on the inside.
I think that 44 got a decent bit of damage as well, unless that was the other driver, Kenneth Bishop. I'm not quite sure which one that was.
Yeah, the 44 did nothing wrong there. I mean, with 4 laps to go, you got to fill that hole. The 23 came down the racetrack after being way up, so that was definitely on Gary, and he will call it a night.
Yeah, no doubt about it. There's nothing different Jeremy Stanley should have done there. You have no momentum. Gary had no momentum there. He made the move, which was a good move.
It was impressive until he crashed, but
no one went with him, and that you get a car like no one going with you, you lose all your momentum. And Jeremy Stanley already had a bigger run. He was going 6 miles per hour faster, and he's never going to go with action there in that situation. And I think Gary he didn't want to accept the fact that he was about to go to the back, and that's what happened.
Well, here are some fun factoids for those that have been with us all night long. We have now run 50 laps under caution, which is equivalent to 1/4 of the race distance, which is significant here at Daytona. We are also 1 caution shy of 200. And it is my understanding that we may not have to go green, white, checkered here. It's going to be awful tight. Actually, we might get 1 lap of overtime here, based on historical data.
We'll see across the line for the pace car. We'll see.
Yeah, we're going to get an extra lap at least.
And Connor, can you confirm how many attempts we have?
I cannot. I could check soon, but when we get around to the line next time by, it'll trigger the green, white, checkered as long as we have it.
Oh, right. So it'll be the next lap by. Yeah.
Next lap by, as long as we go 1 to green or 2 to green even, it'll show us how many green, white, checkers there might be. But I will look just in case.
Also, how are we doing on time?
Plenty of time to go, about 2.5 hours. They left a lot.
Oh gosh, let's not take up that much time.
It's gonna be fuel at Kentucky all over again.
I mean, 6 hours to Daytona.
Oh boy, that'd be like the 6 horsepower Briggs and Stratton package I was talking about earlier.
What?
The when NASCAR is going to reduce the horsepower even more.
Oh yeah.
The Briggs and Stratton package, 6 horsepower. Just breathe it through a straw.
Don't give them any ideas.
Oh, I did. They're already on it.
Steve has been watching this the entire night. NASCAR was watching.
Hey, that is true. And that is actually a true fact. For those that are watching, NASCAR is actually subscribed to us, which, selfishly gloating, it was really cool. It was a little bit of a flex. They just popped in after one of their eNASCAR series races, and I challenged them. I said I'd subscribe to you if you would subscribe to me, and jokes on them because I was already subscribed because they're worth subscribing to. Not that we're not, but they did and they still are. So
yeah,
that's cool.
I'm curious how many other broadcasters are subscribed to it. I want to think it's just us.
It's just we are in control of what people think about that situation. So I'm going to tell everybody that it's just us.
All right.
NASCAR loves us the most.
Yeah.
Where we crossed the line. Child. We crossed the line. It is 1 to green, and there are 3 attempts at a green, white, checkered.
All right. Do we think we're going to use all 3?
Yep.
I think we used 2.
Well, this is attempt 1. So, here is your running order on the left-hand side of your screen. It is the number 54 on the vehicle, Chevrolet. That is Dustin Logston. On the outside, it'll be the Ford Mustang of Keith Fallon in the 09. Behind them, it is the number 46 of Philip Martin in a Ford. On the outside, it is the number 43 of Jeremy Stanley, also in a Ford. Behind them, row 3, Derek Line in the number 88 Chevrolet. Thomas Geyer in the number 48 in a Chevrolet. That is your 3rd row. Row 4 is Monty Sprague in a Chevrolet, and Caleb Clinard in a Chevrolet, who is catching up to the field right now. And there is 1 more car left on the racetrack on the lead lap. That's Tony Carpenter. He is also catching the tail of the field.
Going to be interesting to see here. I think the last time these drivers pit was about 165, which would be about 35 laps to go. And if we use up these green-white checkers, we have had a lot of yellow flag time, but it could get interesting with fuel mileage. Are these drivers going to be good for all these attempts or not?
Well, we've had enough cautions that they should be if they've been saving fuel. And I mentioned earlier, Connor, if the caution comes out, your engine should be off, your clutch should be in. That's the best way to ensure that you'll have more fuel than everybody else. If you're doing it, nobody else is, you're going to have more fuel at the end of the race. 2 laps, our first of 3 attempts at green-white checkered. If we complete a lap, the next time around, we'll get the checker. Green flag back in the air, 2 to go from Daytona.
It's going to be interesting. Philip Martin got to the inside. Stanley's going to go with him, but even if he pushes Martin by here, how long does he stay with him? Because you know he's not going to try to push the 46 to the win.
09 is going to fall into 4th. Will slot in front of Derek Line. And Line is in P5 with the 48 right behind him. Could they team up and go to the outside of Loxton and Stanley? Those drivers, those teammates are 1st and 3rd with Martin in between. That 46 to the inside is going to get squeezed. Here comes the 09 with a push from the 88, but he drops to the bottom now.
Fallon gets dumped by Derek Line. Line just trying to make up time. Philip Martin almost went below the double yellow line to make the pass. Couldn't make it work. We might make it back. They're getting very spread out. It's a 3-car race.
Here they come. White flag this time by. They are going to make it. One more time around for the Military and Veteran Gamers 500. 2.5 miles left, and it's going to be between these 3.
I think if you're Martin, you can back up Stanley, and he can't really do anything about it. What I would do here, you got to lay back, try to generate a run, but I don't think that's what he's going to do.
He's outnumbered here 2 to 1. He's gonna have to come up with something. I feel like part of it might be involved using the chrome horn, so we'll see what he does in the back straightaway.
Here comes Jeremy Stanley in the team car. He's not going to push the 46 by the teammate, or will he? 2 corners left, turns 3 and 4 here at Daytona. They've waited almost 4 hours for this as they storm through the last 2 corners. Dustin Longston got to the lead earlier after a barrage of caution flags. Can he hang on for one more corner? Here they come, back to the stripe. Philip Martin with a run. Here comes the 43 of Stanley to the checkers, side by side. Dustin Longston is just barely going to beat him to the line at the stripe, and they're going to crash.
Wow, what a finish. Martin got the side draft, but he was just too little too late. What a win for Logston.
28 thousandths of a second was your margin of victory. Dustin Logston wins and hangs on. What a drive. He did everything he needed to do. And they got to the stripe without flipping cars over, which is always good to see.
Yeah, very dominant performance on the 51. Or 54, I guess, whichever number we want to go off of. How many laps did he lead? Because it's been quite a few, as you see right there at the line. I'm also curious with the 46 if he was trying to wait for a time, or if he was just full throttle that entire last lap.
No, I think he probably was trying to do everything that he could, but there is the margin, just about half a car length at the stripe. Unbelievable stuff. And how many laps did the 51 lead? Well, he led basically the last 52 laps, the last quarter of the race. He did a really good job.
I really wish he led one last lap to just line up perfectly.
Man, that would have been very, very nice. And the teammates did well too. Jeremy Stanley coming home in 3rd place, podium for both of those drivers. That was about as good as it gets, Connor.
Kenneth Bishop, like we talked about earlier, he didn't even make the start of the race. He persevered, and he gets all the way up to the 11th position from 42nd on the grid. That's pretty impressive, in my opinion.
And here they come, teammates 1st and 3rd. Philip Martin, a valiant effort there in the closing moments, but not enough to do it. He's parked at the stripe. But Dustin Logston started 26th and finished in 1st. They're going to go nose to nose, and they're going to throw. Are they going to do the Penske triangle here? Yes, they are.
Oh, well.
There was an attempt.
The form could have been better. I'll give it a 4.5 for effort.
Somewhat of a triangle.
That was something.
It was an intersection.
All right, well, with that done, here's a look at your race results. Go ahead, Connor.
They were hitting each other, my bad.
Here's a look. Dustin Logston wins the race by 28 thousandths of a second. Philip Martin in 2nd. Jeremy Stanley in 3rd. Derek Line up to 4th place. He managed to get inside the top 5 in those closing moments after all that chaos.
Yeah, he just did not have enough of a run, and he couldn't stay close enough to the top 3. He tried to get through everyone who was in his way, but at the end of the day, he did not have the push he needed to stay with those top 3.
Have a look at 11th through 20th now. Kenneth Bishop. This is where all the drivers who were out for the count are going to be. A bunch of drivers here got caught up in a whole bunch of collisions. Some of them had good runs going. Some of them had some pretty amazing moments, like how about 22nd place Dustin Shepard? We got to cycle this through one more time. Dustin Shepard in the 41. He went backwards and around in circles and somehow managed to make it through most of the race, but got caught up in a collision later.
Yeah, I don't even recognize half of these names. Because I think these guys crashed out before I jumped in the booth.
That's a good point. A few drivers here who were up at the front. Early Williams Jr., he was up at the front for a long time. Kenny Haight, he was pretty solid. Don Milkowicz had his struggles. Dustin Shepard with the 360 no grip. A lot of drivers here were pretty competitive, but just couldn't last to the end.
Well, after almost 4 hours of racing, we're going to talk to the teammates together. We're going to talk to Philip Martin on his own second place by 28 thousandths of a second. Philip, what a drive, what an attempt at the end to pass Dustin Loxton, but just didn't quite have the run that you needed. Take us through tonight's almost 4 hours of racing and that last 50 seconds that determined it all.
Yeah, it was a long night for sure. We got tore up a couple of times, and luckily we had those fast repairs we saved, and I just needed to time the end just a little bit better. So, but you know, it was a good race. They were working well together, so finally we got them split up there at the end, and it gave us a chance, the teammates, you know.
Well, there was so much up and down throughout the night and so many collisions and cautions that it kind of mixed everybody up like shaking a bag of marbles every time the caution flew. So how difficult did that make the strategy towards the end of the race, when to hit pit lane and where to put yourself amongst all the other drivers out there?
Well, I think my big... for a while there, we were looking at just trying to, if we got a long green flag run, because sometimes you get into these big races and things get spread out, and so sooner or later you just start paying attention to what your fuel window is, and then anytime a caution comes out, you just roll the dice and pick out something new, you know.
Absolutely. Well, it was a fantastic drive for you at the end, just short, but obviously here for a different reason other than just entertainment, here for the Military and Veteran Gamers nonprofit charity. Philip, congratulations, and I saw you in the chat also mentioning that everyone should donate their winnings. The top 3 all win payouts, but that's really classy to take that and put it right back into the Military and Veterans charity. So good on you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's the main thing for it. We're here tonight to try and learn a little bit of what to do at Daytona and drafting with these cars, getting ready for the Podium 500. But you know, obviously the charity event makes it a great thing too. So definitely happy to go ahead and donate that and put it towards a cause and help these guys out too. It's a win-win for everybody. It's awesome.
Awesome. Well, Phil, congratulations. Thanks for chatting with us, and we'll see you next time. That was a fantastic run to the end.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for broadcasting too.
Absolutely. Bring in the teammates now, Jeremy Stanley and Dustin Loxton, who won and finished third in the race. Brought you guys in here together as teammates, but first and third, and Dustin, you win the race by 28 thousandths of a second after leading basically the last 50 laps of the race. How nerve-wracking was it to have Philip closing coming out of turn 4?
I knew he was going to be building something up, and I seen on that last lap there, he backed off coming out of 2, and I knew he was building that run. The only thing I could do was just stick that yellow line. That was the only guarantee that I had to do that, and just hope that I had enough to make it to the end, and I sure did.
And for you, Jeremy, you were kind of stuck behind Dustin for a lot of that final run, but you managed to put yourself in third after falling back on the previous few caution flags. What was the mental torture following Philip into turn 3 and 4, maybe wanting to advance but not wanting to help Philip get by your teammate?
So I knew we had just 3 cars, so the 2-on-1 was going to work no matter what. So my idea on the backstretch is I dipped up to the middle line to hopefully him shift so I can maybe get second place. But I think he thought better of it and kept it toward the bottom after I moved up, and so it kind of just locked me into third. I was just hoping everything was clean down to the start-finish line, because sometimes things get a little hairy for the top spot. So glad nothing happened and Dustin was able to pull it off.
Well, guys, congratulations for both of you. That was really cool to see everybody attempt the cool Penske triangle burnout there at the end, but a lot of fun to watch you guys handle that so well up at the front as a group of teammates. Dustin, congratulations, and Jeremy, congratulations as well, and enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you very much. If I can, I'd like to shout out, got a couple sponsors that come on board that without them, we would not be able to be doing what we did. Martin Sports, definitely one of the biggest ones. Their gloves helped out big time, and they have some awesome apparel. MartinSports906.com. iRacing iFlag makes some awesome race marshaling system. Most iRacers know about iRacing iFlag. They make some excellent products there. Check them out, iRacingIFlag.com. Makoni Setup Shop as well. That is the official setup partner for Nerditudes and Nerd Racing. So check them out at MakoniSetupShop.com. Super Nerd is the promo code there. Save everybody a little bit of scratch at the end. And I want to thank my entire team as well. Without them, definitely wouldn't be there. It was a team effort anytime you come to a plate race like this here. So I want to thank Jeremy Stanley, obviously finishing in the podium with me. I want to thank Kenny Bishop for helping, Kenny Haight, and I want to thank Joe Mitchell as well. I mean, all racers of Nerd Racing. So big shout out to those guys and all their efforts as well. This is definitely a team victory, and it's a double team podium.
Dustin, thanks so much for talking, and congratulations once more. We wish you the best going forward. Hard-fought victory here in the Military and Veteran Gamers 500. Congrats again.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys. Wow. 4 hours of stream time, 4 hours of live, and it all came down to the last lap in the final corner. But Dustin Logston hung on at the very, very end. Connor, your final thoughts on what was a fantastic charity event, the Military and Veteran Gamers 500. They raised almost $500 tonight for the charity and foundation. Your final thoughts?
Well, first off, it was only 2 hours for Finian. He slacked off, but that's the point. To be honest, there was bumps and bruises, no doubt about it. A lot of attrition happened, especially early in the race, and then the attrition kind of kicked off a little bit more at the end of a race. Had the big wreck around 1:30 as well. But all in all, I think the drivers that were the most consistent rose to the occasion and won the race. And once obviously at the super speedways, teammates play a huge part, and we saw that again. Dustin Logston, Jeremy Stanley, they were able to work together so well and keep their cars clean, or at least clean enough throughout the entirety of the race. They were able to survive, and they were able to control the last 50 or so laps of the race. It was at the end of the day, it was a pretty good and dominating win for that team.
And Finny, I want to thank you for joining us as well, even late in the race. But glad to have you jump on board with us for the last little bit. But that's going to do it for us tonight. The Military and Veteran Gamers 500 is complete. If you'd like to donate, the link is in the description and in the YouTube chat. Again, thanks everybody. I'm Kyle Heyer with Connor Horn and Finny DeCuna from SimTV. We'll see you next time here on SimTV.